What's up, guys, and welcome back to the channel with me, Free Tip Scout, for kind of like a pre-deadline day stream, because it's not the deadline day, but it kind of feels like a little bit of a deadline for us because we haven't really so far done any lineup building for the weekend, and that's really unusual for us because on Sorare we start lineup building as soon as the new game week opens, which is on Tuesday. So by this point, we should already have most of our lineups built in the game, and we should have a fairly good idea of who's going in where and who we're not playing and all that sort of stuff. But we kind of don't because we haven't done it. So this stream is going to be mainly focused on lineup building and just kind of getting ready for the weekend. We'll sneak in a little bit of scouting as well. And of course, we'll be talking about Sorare, discussing things about the game. We also spent a hell of a lot of time on yesterday's stream doing a deep dive into the update that has just been launched or announced actually a couple of days ago, and I thought that was really cool. So it was really cool to get the opinions of everyone about the update. I enjoyed it, and if you want to check out all my thoughts and all my opinions about the update, you can find the full stream from yesterday already on my Twitch channel. Plus, you can find it on YouTube, so it's been uploaded there too. And if you don't have, because of course not many people have 5 hours to just watch a video, right? If you don't have that time, I have cut down the best bits from that 5 hour discussion into a half an hour video with all the best bits and all the most important bits. So that's also on YouTube. It's also on Twitch as well. So check them out. I'll be very happy to hear everyone's thoughts on whether you enjoyed it and whether you want to see more kind of videos and streams deep diving into some important parts about the game. If you're new to Sorare, if you don't know what this game is and you like the look of it, you like the sound of it today, then I'm going to give you a link. Where's the link? Here we go. The link is there. Thank you so much, Twitch Gaming, for that. I don't know what's going on with my my Stream Deck that I use. I have a little kind of gadget that I can press buttons and it will activate stuff into the stream, like links, for example. I don't know what's going on. I need to check that tonight. It's not working. So typical, right? You love technology when it works. When it doesn't work, it's like the worst thing ever. So thank you, Twitch Gaming. Yeah, if you want to get started in this game, you'll find the links in the chat from Twitch Gaming and also the Nightbot. And if you want to know what this game's about, it's a digital card collectible game. So if you love card games, you're going to love this game. If you love football, you're going to love this game too. Even if you don't love football, maybe you love basketball, maybe you love baseball, then those sports also exist in the game. And so you can actually increase your fandom, as Sorare like to say, which is basically just getting in closer and falling more in love with the sport that you already love. So it's a really cool game. You collect cards of your favorite real life athletes. And then basically what you do is you put them in lineups and you enter them into competitions in Sorare each game week. So each week there's like 2 game weeks that you can enter into. And you score points based on how they do in real life. So the name of the game is to really try and spot the players that you think are going to do good in a game week, and also just to try and find those players that you think can do well in the future and trying to basically get them into your teams before everybody else starts to realize them. And the cool thing with Sorare is that it is a fantasy sports card game where every player that has a card in the game has real world value. And every card that you have, you actually own because it exists on the blockchain. So it's a Web3 game. You don't need to know about blockchain. You don't need to know about crypto. It's all kind of hidden behind the scenes. So you can just start playing this game today with no knowledge about that at all. And if I hadn't have even mentioned it, you probably wouldn't have even known by playing it that it is a crypto game. So really cool. You own the cards. They have real world value. You can sell them for real world cash. So that's why it's a really cool game. If you have good knowledge about football, basketball, baseball, you can do really well in this game. and you can actually end up earning some passive income as well, some nice little bit of money on the side. So check it out. Again, use the link in the chat and jump on these streams as much as you can. Right, who have we got here in the chat? Sopsy, deep dive into the iteration of Sorare. Loved catching up on the stream last night on YouTube. So thank you so much, Sopsy. Really glad that you enjoyed it. I enjoyed doing that deep dive, I have to say, because I had a lot of thoughts already about the update, and kind of talking about them and getting them out live on the stream actually helped me to almost kind of get more clarity about how good the update is and how I think it's so very positive and very beneficial for everyone in the game. So glad that you liked it. And yeah, as I say, guys, if you've not checked it out, then you can find my YouTube channel. You can also find all the details, all the relevant links over on my Twitch page as well. Hello also to Twitch Gaming. I did see Twitch Gaming, you said my Prime badge is also gone and your sub badge is gone. So I don't know what's happened there either, man, because you did resub yesterday. I'll have a little look into it after the stream. Maybe there's something I need to do on my end that can kind of re-trigger or just refresh the badges and the subs and stuff. But yeah, like when you resub, you should get all of that, right? The sub badge, and you should get the Prime badge and everything. So maybe it's a weird bug in Twitch as well. But yeah, sorry, man, you don't have it. I'll check it out. Thank you for letting me know. I'll look into it after the stream. Hello also to Mark Gork as well. So Servus to Mark Gork. And who else we got in here? Malv. Hello to Malv as well. Do we have anyone on here from YouTube at the moment? We are streaming on YouTube as well. I think we've got a couple over on YouTube. So if you're on YouTube and you are thinking to yourself, like, why is he kind of responding to comments that we can't see? Unfortunately, you can't see the chat on Twitch. You can't see that on YouTube. And the guys on Twitch can't see the chat on YouTube. They can't then see that on their platform. So it's a little bit, that's probably the one worst thing, or the one bad thing about streaming to two platforms at the same time, is that I can't combine the chat. I know a way to do it, but unfortunately, it kind of violates the terms and conditions for Twitch. So if I do it, and then if they check it, yeah, I could get in trouble. So I've got to kind of like try and link the chats together. So if you are over on YouTube, do get involved in the conversation, and I'll tie you in with the conversation here on Twitch, or alternatively, just come and join us over on Twitch. Also, something that's worth mentioning right now is that we are going to be doing primarily lineup building, as I say. We're also going to be doing free Tip Scout Fund coupons. So right now, all of the free Tip Scout Fund coupons are available. You can redeem them with your channel points. So on Twitch, they have a feature called channel points. And what it means is that the more that you jump onto my streams, the more channel points, which we call free Tip Scout Fund coupons, the more coupons you'll be able to earn. And then when you earn a certain amount, you can cash them in effectively and redeem a benefit live on the stream. So something that I give you or something that I do for you on the stream. And there's loads of different options. There's loads of different benefits. If you want to check them out, there is a little potato man icon on the Twitch chat. And click on him. It will bring up a pop-up box, and it will then show you the different rewards that you can get on the stream. Click on them. It explains what they do and what they're about, and it also tells you how much they cost. And if you are a very loyal supporter, and if you jump on the streams regularly enough to earn 75,000 free Tip Scout Fund coupons, that's the most expensive one on the channel. I will then buy you a Sorare card live on the stream of your choice. So you tell me which card you want, and then I'll go and buy it. We do have a budget of up to £10, so you can get a limited or a rare. It doesn't even matter. You won't be able to get a super rare for £10 unless we we found some probably unscrupulous way to do it. But you can get whatever play you want as long as you've earned the 75,000. So it's a way for me to kind of give back to all you guys that have been jumping on regularly and supporting the content I do and the growth of the channel. There's also tons of other cool things that I give you guys further down. So as I say, check them out, the free Tip Scout Fun coupons, and feel free to use them because they are open and available right now. And Sopsy's just already used one, which is to pick my lineup. So this is going to be quite a cool way to start the stream. We're going to actually do a lineup for Sopsy. We're going to look at his Sorare gallery, and we're going to work out from the players that he's got who might be the best options for a specific competition that he's interested in that I would, if I was in his shoes, that I would play this weekend. And then he can either kind of like use that and say, okay, cool, I'm going to do that. Or it might just give him some extra players to think about when he is lineup building for himself, right? So we're gonna do it. He says the box 270. Okay, lovely. Very cool. So we're going to be doing a lineup now for Sopsy. We're going to look at his Sorare gallery. We're going to type in Sopsy here. There we go. And he wants us to pick a lineup for him based off the players that he's got for the new Rewards Box 270 special competition. So again, you guys don't know which one that is. If you haven't had a chance to catch up with everything that's been happening in Sorare over the last few days, there is this brand new competition format which Sorare have launched for this weekend. It's running for 4 game weeks. Although I think after those 4 game weeks, this format is probably then going to be applied pretty much throughout the rest of the game. It's a format where there's up to 7,000 places that are rewarded. So it's one of the most generous competitions in Sorare in terms of the positions that you can win something in, and everybody gets a reward box, okay? And the reward box, as I mentioned, we covered on yesterday's stream, is this new format where you get to win a level up for your limited cards, which will help you to build up their XP and make them stronger, which will then make you able to compete for better card rewards in the future. But you also have a very small chance of winning card rewards as well. And even if you finish last, this format means that you have a chance of still winning a star card, which is a limited card that could be worth hundreds. It could be a massive, massive player that could transform your gallery and the whole way that you play Sorare, like in one instant. So it's super cool. And this is the competition that Sopsy wants us to lineup build for. So let's crack on. Also, afternoon to David and Twitch Gaming. Subscriber Prime. Wait, well, I could just sub again with my Prime. That's so weird because you did sub. You did sub yesterday. Oh my God. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know how you would be able to subscribe again when you did subscribe yesterday with Prime. But yeah, leave it with me. I'll look into it after the stream, man. It's quite cool that you are keen to have your Prime badge. And you should have it, right? But yeah, you don't have it. I can see you don't have it. And leave that with me, man. I'll see what's going on after the stream. You can see the badge. I can't see the subs badge on him. No, I can't see the Prime badge though. I can't see that blue and white crown, or the white crown on the blue background. But yeah, if you can, then Sopsy says he can. So maybe try and refresh or something. But I can't see it either, man. So yeah, just leave that with me, man. I'll look at it after the stream. Let's crack on. Right, so we're going to go to lineup builder here for Sopsy. And we're going to go into cap 270. Okay, not cap 270, sorry. We're going to go into the reward box here. So we scroll all the way down. We want to find it in the purple competitions. And then it's here. Reward box special 270 limited. Okay, so let's put together a lineup that we think can help Sopsy to a really good start in this competition. So, Marco Dimitrovic, Donovan Leon, Etienne Vasson, and then he's got a couple of DMP goalkeepers here as well. So he's got 3 goalkeepers that we can look at here. Now, I kind of like Dimitrovic, if I'm honest with you. But one of the problems with Dimitrovic is that even though he's starting at the moment, he's starting for a team that's just simply not doing very well. Sevilla are struggling. You can see here that they've not had a win since September, which is really bad for Sevilla. And they've only had two wins actually over what over the past 6 months or so. That's awful, really. So I kind of like this fixture for him because it is against Getafe and it's at home. But I'm also just very reluctant to pick somebody who, to be honest, I think is okay. I don't think he's the greatest goalkeeper, and he's playing for a team that's just not in good form. And I don't think I trust them. Also, Getafe, to be honest with you, they're not that much of a rollover. They have some good players up front, and attacking wise, they could, in actual fact, score against the Sevilla side that have been struggling to keep a clean sheet. So he's kind of there or thereabouts, but I think that I would be more comfortable picking Donovan Leon here. Donovan Leon has, in my opinion, a slightly tricky fixture. This isn't that easy against Ajaccio, but he is at home, and his home form's been pretty good. They have a high win percentage and a high chance for a clean sheet. So this is actually a little bit better. Again, he's not really been giving consistently. There we go. We got it there. He's not been consistently giving the level of scoring that would give me a load of confidence for this competition. But he's playing for a team where they're winning most of the time. They're not losing. They're not conceding 3 goals or more. The last time they did do that was back in June. So this is the type of player where there's less chance you're going to register a decisive. There's probably more chance that you have of getting a better score. So for me, Donovan Leon goes in there. The cost of 48. And then, who have we got here? We've got Michael Keane, Berat, Liam Scales. Wow. Look at Liam Scales here. An L50 and a 59 is ordinarily, that's kind of like a little bit too high. But because this is a 270 competition, we can do it because we have 270 points to work with. Liam Scales would be a good one here. This isn't like super easy, and I think that Celtic have been a little bit, I think they've been stuttering a little bit. They didn't look that convincing against Kilmarnock. They rebounded with a good win against Feyenoord. They had a couple of weird results before then. So, yeah, I mean, his scoring's great, though. No matter whether they're doing bad or not, his scoring is the type of level of scoring that you really need to try and target for this type of competition. So I'd be looking to put him in here. I don't know how many other players that Sopsy has with a high L15, but for now, put Liam Scales in. He's also got Lars Stindl. That's quite cool. Felix Klaus, Stuart Armstrong, Jack Colback, Harvey Elliott, Danny Ceballos. Okay. And then Joe Aribo as well. Stuart Armstrong I quite like as a player. I like him more than I do Felix Klaus, if I'm honest. Lars Stindl, this was a player that everyone was talking about when he made the move to Karlsruhe this season. And to be honest with you, he was a little bit underwhelming at the start of the season, but he's begun to start to show his quality, which we knew he's had all the time. He's not quite been doing good in his AA, so these scores are a little bit underwhelming for him. He needs to ideally have a better AA like this, right? Get back to doing 25, 26, 18 there. If you can do that against his opponent, Elversberg, then he could do quite well. Armstrong has a fairly okay game. I think with the championship, I've mentioned it before, the championship's one of those competitions where you worry a little bit whether the team on paper is going to do what they should do because it's just so competitive as a league. So I kind of like Armstrong for this because I think Blackburn away on that like strong, but I also have to say that he's a little bit inconsistent, and I just don't know whether I trust that Southampton are going to smash Blackburn enough that Stuart Armstrong's scoring will then reflect like a big score. With Karlsruhe, they're a little bit inconsistent as a team, but I would trust them more at home. They are going up against a team who are eighth place, but I think Lars Stindl, in the form that he's in, kind of justifies being picked here. So I think I would do Lars Stindl. Um, Quick question: have you seen Sula's clearance yesterday against Mbappe? I haven't. No, I haven't seen it at all. I was busy cutting down a 5 hour stream into half an hour, which took a hell of a lot of time, and I had some stuff to do after that, so I wasn't really able to catch up with a lot of the football yesterday. I think I saw a highlight of what did I see a highlight of? Can't even remember. I saw one game late last night, and I think I must have just fallen asleep. Right. So what else have we got here? We need to pick a forward. We have 107 points left over, which is okay. 107, we can work with. We've got Romney, Patrick Bamford. Okay. What's going on with Bamford? What is happening with Bamford here? He's not even getting in the team at the moment, is he? Wow. That's incredible. If you think about this guy, he used to be one of the top best goal scorers in the Premier League a few years back. He's not even getting in the team at Leeds now. I like Bamford. He's always struggled with injuries, but he's actually a really good player. Sopsy, you've given me a challenging one this because I don't really like Jordan White here. I do like Jordan White as a player, as a budget player. I don't like his fixture here. And I don't think that he's actually the kind of the heavy hitting player that we need for the reward box special. I would probably pick Shea Adams here over Yavi Puado. Yavi's good, and he's got a decent level of scoring to him right now. You can see that. He's been doing very well. Andorra's not that easy, and it's an away game for him. So I wouldn't trust that he can go there and get a goal. He has okay levels of AA, but nothing amazing. I think I would trust more that someone like Shea Adams could maybe get involved in a goal. He started recently over the last 3 games, and we know that he's quality, Shea Adams. So if he, starts again against Blackburn, even though I don't think that Southampton will smash Blackburn, I think that if they do score, probably could come from Shea Adams. He's been doing okay, hasn't he? Like, this is pretty good, even though he didn't get a goal. This was actually okay. He has an AA of 6.3, so he's been doing good over the last 3. So I think I'd pick Shea Adams here. He's also got quite a low L15 of 36, so we don't have to do it. We could do Yavi Puado at 57. But when you look at the 3 goals scored, there's a higher percentage that there could be more goals in this game than the Puado game. And I think for this game here, it's the sort of game which stinks of under 2.5. Like, I wouldn't expect there to be lots of goals scored here. So again, we need to try and be thinking about targeting a game where there's going to be more goals scored in it, almost like a goal fest, so that at least then it increases the chances of your forward getting involved in one of those goals. So Shea Adams goes in there. And to be honest, what we could probably do here now, if we wanted to, we could actually stack up, say, Stuart Armstrong in there, so that maybe we get lucky and that Armstrong assists Shea Adams. So we could do that. We've got Berat in here. Berat's a good player. He's a decent player. He's got good levels of scoring to him. His AA's decent. It can be very good, as you can see here. He's got a home game against Salernitana, which is not too bad. And then we've also got Michael Keane here. You've got a really unusual gallery, Stopsy. I can't quite work out your gallery. There seems to be lots of like random players. It's like a gallery full of misfits, which is quite interesting. So I think if I was looking at your team here, I'd probably be interested in picking either Berat, because he has just a really good home game, high percentage for a clean sheet, or Stuart Armstrong, just so that you've got that stack potential. You've got Rudiger in here as well. You've also got Akumu. You've got Simicast in there. So you do have some interesting players. Matty Cash is in there. Connor Godey's in there. It's interesting. Look at that, he's got Matthias Zimmerman as well. Joe Gomez, Matip. Quite a varied. I mean, you could argue that Simicast here would be quite good because they're probably going to do very well against Man United. I still think, though, that as a fixture, that just puts me off Liverpool, Man United, because you never know what's going to happen. But if we were also being honest with it, the way Man United are playing, Liverpool at home should have a lot of success against that opponent, but I would still avoid it. It's quite cool you've got Simicast, though. You've got Akumu. Akumu's brilliant. Big heavy hitter. Scores lots of high-end scoring. His AA is very good. He's got an away game against Lons, which doesn't really appeal to me. I think that's a little bit tricky. So yeah, you could do Armstrong for the stack here, but I think what I would do is I would actually just pick Berat here, because his form at home, he has an L5 of 60 and an L15 of 60. Really easy opponent on paper. Big percentage for a clean sheet, and his opponent scores very, very good. And you kind of need a beast here, somebody that can explode in their AA, and Berat is that type of player. So we put him in, and that gives you 13 points left over. Now, you have a couple of options as to who you could captain here, because the captain is really important in the reward box special, because the captain gets an additional 50% boost to their scoring. So the captaincy options for me would be between Berat, Liam Scales, or Lars Stindl. I think that I would probably be captaining Liam Scales there, just because he's a little bit more consistent. His AA is very, very good. He's got a good home game for Celtic, arguably the strongest team in the Scottish Premiership. And he either keeps a clean sheet and then does really well, which is then going to boost him up into 80, 90 point range, or he doesn't get the 10-point clean sheet bonus, but he still does really strong in his AA. So I'd probably put the captaincy on Liam Scales. Did he just say Salernitana is not too bad? They're not. They're not at all. They're really not. Salernitana away against Salernitana are not great. They're not too bad either. They have some players that are useful, but as a team, Atalanta against Salernitana at home, I mean, come on. What are we expecting now? Are we expecting Salernitana to beat Atalanta, sorry, away? Not at all. I'd be surprised if they can even score, but then Atalanta do tend to concede quite regularly, so they might just get one. But yeah, I mean, that's an obvious game to kind of target. So I think I would do that type of team, Sopsy, if I had your players, and I'd probably put the captaincy as Liam Scales. Was that a kind of a team that you were already thinking of? Or is this completely like different to what you were thinking of playing in the reward box? It's interesting that you can't pick a captain here. They haven't given you that ability to pick the captain from the looks of it in the reward box special, even though captaincy does apply. You can see it here. And again, as I mentioned, you get an extra 50% captaincy bonus. Been setting up, so it's a very mixed up gallery. It's trying to go to rare. Okay, yeah. It has that feeling. When I was going through your gallery, it does have that feeling of like there's not really there's there's not really like a synergized collection, right? There seems to be lots of players that don't seem to like lots of random players, right? But lots of good players, but just very scattered. And if you have been setting up, then it makes sense. 'Cause you maybe had more stacks or more players that um, were kind of you could group together, right? How many more cards are you looking to sell up, Sopsy? Like from your limited collection, like how many limiteds do you want to actually have in the end in order to then jump into rare? Because I noticed if we just come out of this now, I noticed if we go back on to, yeah, you've got 92, right? So do you want to what, try and get that down to about 50 or something? Like how many limited teams do you want to run? Or do you want to like literally sell all your limited cards and then just fully move up into rare and not have any limited at all? I love that you got Sam Pedri in there. One of the favorites of the channel, as everybody knows, right? Good old Sam Pedri. And look, favorite as well, Morales. Good man. The Morales and Sam Pedri combo. Got too many, want to get 30 to 40. How have you been selling them though? Have you just been like listing them up individually and then selling them naturally, or have you been trying to sell as many as you can as in a batch to like a bot, and then just trying to do it that way? Because if I'd like to know, because obviously selling in the game is so difficult. So yeah, I'd love to hear like how you've been finding success to sell them. Very slow natural sales. Okay, who have you got on sale at the moment? Let's have a quick look. On sale. Okay, Willie Caballero, and then Domin Srinigoj. Zampedri as a reward. Yeah, I know. That's what makes that even better, right? Is that he won Zampedri as a reward. That's a great card to win. If we go on to Zampedri here, actually, I would have loved to have won Zampedri as a reward because he is just the GOAT. What's amazing, well, it's amazing, but it's also kind of not, is that he is at rock bottom in his limited. He's at rock bottom. Now, his season is over. He's not playing anymore because he doesn't have any games to play. But at the moment, so many people could get involved in San Pedri. And it kind of comes back to what we talked about, right? Is that this is a player that has incredible, absolutely incredible levels of scoring. Like, look at that. Like 79 goals in 136 games there. And 6 assists as well, 1 penalty, 1. If you're looking for a forward that is so clinical and so consistent, then there's very few better than Zampedri. But what's kind of annoying is that obviously now he's super available, he's super cheap. So if you wanted to, everybody could get involved in Zampedri. And it just means that his actual value that he gives you, his effectiveness actually in a lineup is massively reduced because then everybody else has Zampedri too, because they could afford him because he was super cheap, right? So this type of player, even though he doesn't have a season anymore, doesn't have any games, it's a shame that he's so cheap because he's actually so good. And he would technically qualify as being a tier 5 card reward, which is actually amazing. And we talk about how tier 5s, nobody wants to win them. They're kind of crappy. If you got a Zampedri as a tier 5 reward, you'd definitely be very happy with it. For sure. Okay. So, I hope that helps you, Sopsy. Can you let me know after the weekend how you get on in the reward box special and what team you actually enter into it, how it does? What we're going to do is we're going to continue to line up build. So the main competition for us is Cap 240 Rare. Let's start there. Okay, this is the team that I have in there at the moment. I have this team in here at the moment. I did change it last night because I didn't have Ali Varol and I didn't have Samba Camera in here. I had Hervey Kofi and then I had Billy Mitchell in here. Now, I, I think I might want to play this combo. I'm not that confident about both of my goalkeepers, to be honest with you. And the reason I'm not confident is because they're both away games and they're kind of against tricky opponents. Ali Varol away to what they called Istanbul is a little bit tricky, as in he won't keep a clean sheet. So again, we need to think about um, is he going to concede 3 goals or more? In Hervey Kofi, I wouldn't expect Hervey Kofi to keep a clean sheet either. So which goalkeeper here is going to score the worst and which one's going to score the best, okay? So I want to look at Ali Varol's game first of all. Sad he's 35, contract is out in December, so don't know his future. I think he should renew, right? I don't think that they're looking to get rid of him. And I think he's happy to renew, from what I understand anyway. Let's have a quick look here. Now, the Turkish Super League games were postponed this weekend. What's interesting about the Ali Varol fixture is that his game is happening on Tuesday. Let's type in Sivasspor here. His game is happening on Tuesday, which means that that's the day when the next game week starts, right? But his game is happening look at that, at 2 o'clock. So his game is happening 1 hour before the game week ends, which means that it squeezes in to this game week. And unless I've missed something here, my understanding is that game is gonna go. It's gonna happen, right? Because they've really only just postponed the games for this weekend, but then from the next round, like the next round of fixtures is going to be happening, right? If anybody knows any different, then let me know. FTS, who would you pick as limited for League One kickoff? Mooney, Desla, or Comet? Probably Mooney. Yeah. Depends. A little bit of a difficult one to answer without having more information, but probably Mooney. Let's have a quick look here. Yeah. Turkish leagues to resume next week after ref punched in the face. Okay. So I just wanted to double check it because I had a feeling that that was going to be the case. They were only going to resume them for one weekend, right? We had a few people jumping on the streams earlier this week, kind of saying, the Turkish league suspended, and I was saying, well, don't worry, they're not going to suspend the whole league, are they, for a punch for the rest of the season? They're literally just gonna. They have to do something to react to it, right? They have to. They have to do a response, right, to something that was really, really bad, and that means just suspending all games for at least one game week, which is what they've done. So yeah, Turkey's top league will resume play on Tuesday next week, Ray. And this is obviously with ESPN, so we can trust it, and it's also been pulled from Reuters as well. So great, cool. So we can look at Ali Varol. The question is, do we look at Ali Varol? So let's have a quick look here. At home, Istanbul have won 3. They've drawn 1. They've lost 3. They've scored 11 in 7, which isn't too high. And they've conceded 9. They have only lost 1 of their last 5. And that was I don't know who that was against, actually. That was against Galatasaray. Okay, fair enough. Away from home, you can see here that Sivasspor, they've actually got a very good record away from home. They've actually picked up the third most amount of points away from home out of all teams in the Turkish Super League. But the kind of issue with them is that they haven't really ground out enough draws. So they have lost quite a few, nearly as many as they've won, and they also haven't kept a load of clean sheets away from home. They've actually conceded quite a lot of goals away from home. 14's on the high side. I need to see what, okay, look. So 9 of the past 10 meetings between these two teams have seen under 2.5 goals. 9 of the past 10. That's really interesting. That's actually kind of ideal for what we would hope for here, that maybe it's a 0-0 or a 1-1 or a 1-0. If it was a 1-0 to Istanbul and Sivasspor lost 1-0, then I could deal with that, because it means that we won't get the 60-point clean sheet decisive from Ali Varul. But then if it's that tight a game, maybe then his AA is going to be boosted into kind of 10 to 20 range, and then that will give us a score of about 45, 50. Last time they played was 1-1. Then it was 2-0 to Sivasspor away, which is kind of unusual. 2-0 Istanbul when they were playing away, 2-1. There really hasn't been. Look at this here. The last time that there were really over 2.5 goals and the games were a bit crazy was that's like 8 years ago or so. 7 years technically, but nearly 8 years ago.
And here he is again. Here he is again. That's astonishing. It's absolutely world class.
Sopsy, what a legend. And Athabam, you've just been gifted a sub courtesy of Sopsy. So do say a big thank you to Sopsy if you can. And Sopsy, I'll say a massive thank you for all you do on the channel. Thank you so much for gifting out a sub and helping support the growth of the channel, buddy. Really appreciate it. That takes us to 112 subs as well, guys. So we have a big subs goal on the channel. I'd love it if we can try and get there. Well, I don't think we can. The big subs goal is 500. If we hit 500, I'll be putting a ton of money into the game and buying you guys some super rare cards and rares and limiteds to give away. So yeah, if you want to be involved in that, you will need to be a sub, and you can subscribe for free with Amazon Prime. You'll find the link to do so at the top of the chat. Right, so at the moment, this fixture doesn't look too bad. Let's bring up William Hill here. The reason we're doing that is I want to look at the odds for the markets here, especially around the both teams to score market and the, is there not, have they not reintegrated the markets yet? I don't think they've resumed the markets, have they, for the Turkish Super League? Not for William Hill, anyway. No, they haven't. Let's try Bet365 instead. Oh, what's that about? Why is it giving us that weird link? Okay. And let's type in Sivasspor here. No, they haven't resumed the markets yet for it. Fair enough. Okay. Okay. So we can't see the markets for it. Let's go over to Footy Stats, though. Let's type in Sivasspor. And then we do Istanbul. Okay, so over 2.5 doesn't look that likely. It could happen, but there's also a big chance that it won't. Both teams' scores are at 53%, and I think that it could be a 1-1. Over 1.5 goals in 12 of the past 16 meetings between these two teams. There's been a hell of a lot of draws. There's really not been over 2.5 goals, which is great for us, really. Sivasspor have a higher percentage of keeping clean sheets in this fixture than Istanbul do. And then we can see here, look at the XG for Istanbul. They have an XG at home of 0.94. And they are scoring an average of 1.57. So they are actually outperforming their XG. But their XG being 0.94 is quite promising. Because if they had an XG of, say, 2 or 3, I'd be, like, really worried. Because I'd be thinking, wow, if they are creating enough chances that they should, in theory, be scoring 3 goals based off the XG, then we don't want to be putting a goalkeeper in going against a team that creates so much that, in theory, they should be scoring 3. Because what happens if they do actually convert their chances much better in that game. And we already know that they should be getting enough chances to then score 3. We're just setting ourselves up for a negative decisive score. So the fact their XG is quite low is actually quite promising. They've also failed to score in 29% of their home games. That's high. For a home game, that's kind of high. You can see the big problem here is that Sivasspor have not kept clean sheets enough away from home. They've only kept clean sheets in 13% of their away games. So, like, when we put Ali Varol in here, we're kind of expecting him not to keep a clean sheet, which seems weird, right? Because you want to put somebody in your team, in Sorare, that you think has a good chance of keeping a clean sheet. But we're putting him in knowing he's not going to keep a clean sheet, pretty much, right? And then we're just hoping then that he doesn't concede 3 or 4 goals, right? So 3 goals or more, and he does enough in his AA to give us a decent score. If we actually bring up Ali Varol, how does he tend to do away from home? I think he does good away from home in his AA. Let's look at the last 15 games for him. And then let's just focus on, so his AA overall is 10.6, right? Which is really good. And then in those away games as well, it's been 11.6. So it's been mainly the mid-range scoring. Okay. That's pretty much been his level of AA or his scoring in his away games so far this season. In those away games, right? Let's fan it out to 40. Okay, pretty consistent. Every now and then he will bomb, but those are usually against quite strong attacking teams. Look, Istanbulspor is not really that strong attacking. Okay. Our alternative would be to look at, let's bring up the alternative here. Our alternative would be Hervey Kofi. And I don't think that I fancy Sporting Charleroi away to Standard Liège here. So Standard Liège are there. They've scored 18 in 17, which is not that good, actually. Then Charleroi have conceded 28 in 17. At home, Standard Liège have only scored 8 in 8, which is really not that good. It's really not good at all. They've also only conceded 7. So their games have been quite low scoring at home. Away from home, Charleroi have the second worst away record. I think we've just got our answer here. We're looking at a goalkeeper who's playing in the Turkish Super League for a team that's got the 3rd best away record so far this season. And then we're looking at a goalkeeper that's playing for a team that has the 2nd worst away record so far. And they're only bettered or like outdone by Courtrai, who have the exact same record, the exact same amount of goals that they've scored. However, they have conceded 5 more. Yeah, I don't think we look at this one. Charleroi have only won 3 of the past 20 meetings between the two teams as well. We can't look at Hervey Kofi here. Even though Standard are not scoring lots of goals at home, the fact that they have conceded 14 in A, and I don't think they have a good record against them. I think, have the games been quite high scoring when they've been playing against them, actually? 3-1, 1-1, 3-0, 3-2, 2-1. This is not a fixture that we want to target. Hervey Kofi. Okay, Hervey Kofi. Love Hervey Kofi. You never know sometimes what you're going to get from him because he's playing for a team that concede quite regularly and they can concede 3 goals or more. I don't think we do Hervey Kofi, but I want to just double check it. His away form, wow. This has actually been his away form over the past year. Look how many high-end scores he's delivered away. We almost didn't want to see that, because seeing that makes me now think, oh my God, the potential for a really big score here is massive from Hervey Kofi. He's also got the potential to completely kill our chance to get to the threshold, doesn't he? Ali Varul kind of does too, but he doesn't tend to bomb as much. This has been Hervey Kofi's last 15 away games. He's played 7 from the last 15, or in the last 15. These are the away games he's played in the last 15, 7. His AA as an average of 19.1 is only that high because of these massive scores here. But if we're being honest about it, he's not consistently, to be fair, look, 22, 24, 18, 15, 40. It's pretty good. Again, the thing here is that we need to try and avoid the negative decisive, don't we? How has he done against Standard Liège in the past? Okay, so the last time the Sporting Charleroi played them was away and they lost 3-1, so he got the negative decisive. And then the time before that, they actually kept a clean sheet back in 2021, and he got a score of 76.7. And then before that, he was playing for Excel Mouscron. Who would you guys pick? Would you pick Hervey Kofi or would you pick Ali Varul? Or if you had my team, who do you think would go in here? Who would you pick? Not Kofi. Why would you not pick Kofi though, Ralph? Like what is making you think to not go for Kofi? No need to gamble with choosing Kofi, says Mark Cork. Yeah. So you guys, standard form is getting better. Yeah. Okay. I agree. I agree. I have to say, I was really surprised that Ali Varul kept a clean sheet in the last game. And he, if he hadn't have done that, we wouldn't have hit threshold. So I was delighted with him. And obviously, if we'd have played Hervey Kofi in the last game, which we wouldn't have, it was USG, and I was like, big no-no. He only got 13. So it's all about just trying to find the right moments, isn't it, to get the best out of your players. And I love Hervey Kofi, but this just doesn't strike me immediately as the fixture I want to target. The fixture after against St. Troyden might be the one that we target him for. Although, to be fair, look, Istanbulspor at home. So we probably don't play Hervey Kofi in 240 this weekend or next weekend. We might play him in game week 436 because Ali Varul's away to Kayseri, which isn't too bad, but the fact it's away, again, they have a potential Kayseri with the players that they could actually just all of a sudden hit Sivasspor for 3 goals. Okay, cool. So, Ali Varul, I think, is the one we're looking at. And to be honest with you, he has an L15 of 43. Hervey Kofi has an L15 of 46. So, by playing Ali Varul, we're getting a player in for cheaper, which frees up more of the budget so that we can bring in a better, stronger unit of players for the whole team. And it also means then that we have a player that's not only costing cheaper than Kofi, but should, in theory, outscore Kofi too. So I think I like it. FTS, Zila or Varul for Cap 240. I don't know. I mean, For me, I wouldn't want to play Varul if I didn't have to, because I don't like this fixture. Who does Zila have? Who has Zila got? Tell me who Zila's got, and I'll let you know. But that's something that you have to work out. Like, so the process that I just went through there, you almost need to do that for yourself, where you need to figure out who's got a bad fixture, who has the worst fixture, who has a chance to concede 3 goals or more. I can't almost just say Varul or Zila without looking into the game, right? Looking into the possibility that Zila has of conceding 3. So it's something that you kind of need to look at. Like, that's why I try and show you guys what I'm doing, to almost show you, like, this is what's been working for me. This is what's been giving me threshold consistently, analyzing it like this. So try and apply it to your own teams as well. We're going with Varul because in our case here, Varul is actually better than Kofi on paper. And if we're trying to be sensible about it, we have a better chance of getting a better score from Varul than we do from Kofi. Kofi's higher end is way better than Ali Varul's, but we would need to catch him at the right moment where he does hit a score of 82. But if he doesn't hit a score of 82, he could hit 13. And in this fixture, he could hit a score of 13, or like basically less than 20 or something. So Ali Varul goes in. Do you know what are the leagues without the Christmas break? I do, yeah, I do. They are the Belgian Pro League, the Turkish Super League, they're the English Premier League, the Championship. You could also argue as well the Scottish Premiership, and those are pretty much the main ones. It's about those 5. Okay, let's do the forward. So let's do the goalkeeper. We've done. Let's do the forward here now. Daryl Dike, no. Victor Edvardsen, no. We don't play him in Cap 240 anyway. Mikel Antonio is injured at the moment, so I'm just waiting for him to return. I think even if he was returning, I wouldn't play him in Cap 240 anyway. He has an L15 of 39, which lends itself towards putting him in a lower cap competition. Thomas Henry's been doing very good since he's returned from injury. The last 2 games, he's got a goal involvement. We could play Thomas Henry, but we don't want to play Thomas Henry against Fiorentina away. I do love Henry, and I think he can pretty much always score in every game, but you need to be sensible about it. If you're putting Henry in against Fiorentina, you're saying that he's going to score at least 1 goal against Fiorentina. And 1 goal in itself isn't even enough, really, in Cap 240. This is way more valuable to play a player like that in Cap 220, because if he does only get 1 goal and he gives you a score of 60 points or more, then that score of 60 points is going to have more significance, and it's going to be weighted stronger in a cap mode like Cap 220. In Cap 240, we need a forward that has a good chance of giving us a decisive score, but if they don't give us a decisive score, we need somebody that has really good AA. Now, Henry's very good at scoring. He doesn't have a good AA, so he's not really a threshold forward. Zhao is decent, and I don't know what's been happening with Zhao. Oh, in fact, I do. I've been getting lots of offers for Zhao, and it is because he has one of the few, I think this is the only Turkish game, isn't it, that's happening in this game week, which is probably why I am getting offers left, right, and center for Zhao. Let me check it now. I think that is the case, though. I was trying to figure out why I was getting so many offers for Zhao, but I think that is the reason. We go into filter by football competition. There we go. Yeah, there's no other games happening before. This is the only Turkish game which is happening. Sivasspor versus Istanbul. Cool. Okay. So we have someone that is obviously going to have a game. We don't want to play Zhao in here, who's potentially going to score against our goalkeeper. So we can't play him in here. Ante Esig we could play, but Ante Esig has an away game to Lokomotiva Zagreb. That is actually just pretty horrible for Istra. Now, he could score, but I think that if I was going to choose anyone from this game, it would be Indrit Tucci, whose form has tailed off a little bit, but it's a home game for Tucci. He has very good AA as well, better than anti-airsec. So if he doesn't get a goal, he could still give us a score of about 50, which is going to be super valuable to help us get over the line for 280 points. So we are going to put Tucci in here. Hello also to Mada. How's things going, Mada? All right. So I think these two are kind of locked in now. Our midfielder, I think, is an easy one because we have Luke Browers, who has a home game against Volendam. And I really was looking forward to this fixture for Luke Browers because he's in already good form and Volendam are shocking at the moment. It's a home game for Luke Browers. He has the potential here where he could hit a monster score, like a 79, a 76, a 73, even more than that. Salahi, we can't play because he's not actually playing at the moment. Kadri, we could play, but we don't want to play Kadri away to Genk. That's really horrible. Zapa, we could play. He's quite good for Threshold, but he has an away game to Dynamo Zagreb. This is a difficult game. I do want to play him, but I don't want to risk playing him and then for him to not score well, which is going to hurt our chances because this is just a really difficult game. This isn't the game that I want to like focus on a play and say, yeah, get in the team because you're playing Dynamo Zagreb. This is the type of fixture I'm like, oh, you've got Dynamo Zagreb? Okay, I'll play you, but not in my highest priority team. I'll put you in All-Star, and if you can surprise me in All-Star, amazing, but I'm not expecting you to. Patrick Vimmer is injured. Billy Mitchell, when if I brought Billy Mitchell thinking that we would play a different team and we would have Billy Mitchell in here as like a low-cost option. He didn't start the last game, and I think as well that we can probably, now that we have Ali Varul in here, who's costing less than Hervey Kofi, I think that I don't need to use Billy Mitchell anymore because we freed up 3 points from now using Ali Varul. And before I wasn't planning on using Ali Varul, I was planning on putting Hervey Kofi in, which meant that I was struggling to fit a team together and I needed a low-cost option. And so Billy Mitchell was a good one. But probably Billy Mitchell will go into cap 220 now. So I think here what we do is Luke Browers in midfield. Good, man. All good. We're just starting to do our proper lineup building now for the weekend. So this is obviously the big important competition for us. We want to try and hit this every time. And I think at the moment, we're building this pretty good. The next options we've got are Eric Bokat, Ivan Smolcic, Richie Delete, who has a home game against Anderlecht, which is horrible. We don't want to pick Richie at all. Sandy Walsh, we don't want to pick either. He has an away game against USG, which is even worse. We've got Samba Camara, who we can play and give us that defensive stack with Ali Varul. And then we've got Luka Hugeba. So we need a strong defender here. Eric Bokat is a very strong defender. So is Ivan Smolcic, who has a home game against Rudesh, who are the worst team in the Croatian League, sorry. Now, he didn't play the last game because he was suspended, but he should be back for this game. If we put him in there, we would have then 40. We would have 40. Which means we can put Samba Camara in. But I don't think I want to play Samba Camara, if I'm honest with you guys, because I could, but I don't like this fixture. I think it's bad enough that we've already got one player from that fixture. This isn't the type of fixture that I want to be stacking with Sivasspor for. We might need to go out and buy somebody here. Like, we do have some low-cost options, but they're not strong enough that makes me think that we could put camera in here and then comfortably hit the threshold. I think with this team at the moment, this team, I would feel comfortable that they could get us to the threshold. If we put any of our low cost under 40 options in here, I think it could cost us the threshold. Which is why we might do some scouting. We might buy a player, but it would have to be a really cheap player. Let's go here. No, okay. So yeah, small Stitch is in there at 70%. If we decided that we didn't want to play small Stitch, for example, then we could play Eric Bokat in here because Bokat's really good. The only issue with that is that it then means we would need to find someone with an L15 of 37. So let's do some scouting. I also need to figure out, do I need another defender or another midfielder? I think I need another midfielder. So if we played one defender here, like for example, Bokat, I don't think I need to go and get another defender. I think I have more than enough, but we need to check it now. So if we go into my gallery here, and then we filter by the rare scarcity here, apply. Okay, so we have 15 defenders and we have 13 midfielders. We have 10 forwards, but again, because this is cap 240 threshold, I don't want to be running 2 forwards for threshold. It's not the optimal strategy to do. It's better to run with 2 midfielders or 2 defenders. Unless you have a forward that you are convinced is going to hit a score of 60 points or more, just primarily because of the fact that most forwards don't score good in their AA, means that obviously if you don't get that decisive from them, they're just going to hit you a score of like 40 or something, 35, which is obviously not going to help you to get over the line, the threshold. But defenders and midfielders, they can, because of the way the scoring matrix is, right, they can give you a score of 60 points or more without a decisive, more so than what a forward can do. The forwards that can do that are quite expensive because they can do that, right, which makes them super valuable. But I tend to try and pick up budget players here. So it could be useful for us to have another midfielder. In fact, we probably do need another midfielder. Like, we have some good players here. We have Kadri, Marco John, we've got Billy Mitchell. You can see we have a few players here that also, they're kind of like on the fringe, right? So I like them, but would I trust them for threshold? Probably not. Like Sander van der Streek, Ogden. These are players that I like, but they're just not trustworthy at the moment based on their playing time or their scoring, that we would trust them to get us over the line for threshold. Like, we need a replacement really for Lyndon Zalahi. And to be honest with you, Lyndon Zalahi is too high now in his L15, even if he was playing, would struggle to find a way to fit him into the team. So looking at you can see, looking at the midfielders here, our main midfielders that we're playing are Zaper, Luke Browers, and Kadri. They've all got L15s of over 50 or 50 and above, close to that. We need a midfielder that's kind of around 40. Okay. So let's run a search here then. As a game in Game Week 433 is a midfielder. And I want a midfielder who's playing in Europe, like that. And then we need an L15 of 40 here. Right, that's really important. 40 or below, so like maximum of 40. What we also need to do as well, we need to go down into our settings here and we need to make sure, so show Sorare's SO5 averages. We need to have that ticked. We need to have this one ticked. So tab this one on. The reason we need to tab this one on in this instance is that if we are looking for a player and we find a player has an L15 of 41, right, and we had this one untabbed, it might show 41. Oh, no, sorry, hold on a second. It might show 40, right, on Sorare data, and then we could just think, okay, he's an L50 and a 40. Then we go on to Sorare. We just assume, because we saw on Sorare data, that his L15 is 40, and then we buy him without really looking at his L15, and then it actually turns out that the Sorare SO5 average is actually 41. So then we've bought somebody that we can't fit into our team. So in this instance, we need to turn on Sorare's SO5 average, right? Most of the time, I have it untabbed because I actually quite like to see Sorare data. They update the averages every day after each. You can see here, look, updated every day. And so then you can already start to see what someone's going to be for the next game week. But in this instance, we need somebody for the next game week, but we need to know what their SO5 average is going to be now so that we can put them into the team so that we don't actually end up screwing ourselves by getting somebody that is just too high. So we need to tab it on. And then we need to go back down here. The chat's really quiet, by the way. Chat's really quiet. What's going on in the chat? I mean, am I talking too much here for everyone? That you don't feel you can get a word in? Because you can always get a word in. And even though I'm kind of lineup building, I do like to have a chat where we can also interact and we can talk about things too. So yeah, what's going on here? Right, decisive score average, I think I want to have that high to begin with. And then the AA would be great too. I don't think we're going to be able to find anyone with our budget here. Seven. Okay. No. Let's drop that down. I'm thinking of starting now with a rare scarcity. Do you have any tips? Yeah, I do. The best tip I can give you is buy your rare players as cheap as possible. Like, and that might sound like a really obvious tip, but because rares are so cheap now, it's very easy to think, okay, I'll just buy that player because that player's like £20, or I'll buy that player because, you know, they're good at £30. But actually, I think what's better is to find that type of player that can give you that same level of scoring as the £30 player. You can find them for £10, or you can find them for £7 or £8. So basically, my best tip for you would be to scout really hard and try and find the players who are um, between £10 to £20 that can do the same job as a player that is like 30 or £40 plus more, because there are a lot of them, but you have to spend a lot of time scouting. Razvan Marin. It's interesting. Wasn't expecting to see Razvan Marin in there. I do like Razvan Marin a lot. He's quite a good player. He's not starting at the moment. Wow. Interesting. I like him, though. I didn't realize that he was that cheap now. There's nobody here that we can rely on at the moment. So what we're going to do is we're going to take that off. We're going to just leave the AA on. That's probably going to give us too many. Okay, it gives us 75, which isn't bad. Right. Oliver Norwood's in there. Kaida Bear's in there. Who was that player that there was a player that I was looking at. He might not actually be. There was a player that I was looking at, I think, from Darmstadt. And I think was he a midfielder? He might have been a defender. Was it Darmstadt? Was it Darmstadt? Was it Christoph Clara? No, I don't think it was him. No. No, it wasn't him. Unless I'm thinking about, it was this guy here. Yeah, it was Fabian Nürnberger. So I like this guy. I think he's very good for Threshold. Really decent for Threshold. He's not going to help us because he has an L50 and a 51. But yeah, I like him. Okay. Who else? Who have we got here? Let's sort this by L40, descending, filter. There's Razvan Marin. Okay. I'm not seeing enough people here that are going to help my team, if I'm honest with you. Like, I know a lot of these players, and then they're not going to cut it. They're cap 220 players, really. They're not cap 240. Thalhammer was a good option. We actually had Thalhammer a long time ago. And he was excellent when he was starting for us, but he's not starting anymore. Matinho's in there. I'm not paying £18 for a 37-year-old Matinho, though. One of the things that I'm also trying to figure out is that, and consider, is that if we buy somebody, we need to buy somebody that not only helps us for this weekend, but is somebody that we can use over the coming game weeks as well, right? To try and get full value out of the purchase. Okay, hello to FBL Thinkerman. How you doing? Why don't we put the AA down a little bit to 5? And then let's start with that. Okay, 203, right? I think our price point here is maybe restricting us a little bit, but I'm not going to spend a lot to bring in this player, because that's not the strategy that I do in Rare. And I don't do that anymore because of the fact that we've just, I have played through 2 years of seeing the card values go down and further down. And it just so painful to, I can spend £30 on a player, but it's just so painful to say spend £30 on a rare player to then see that player be reduced most likely to kind of £5 when if you know that, if you have that information, if you know that knowledge, then you need to apply it. And with just the way that the game has been, and I think the game's going to get better with the reward boxes, I need to, this guy's really good, but he's not starting at the moment. This guy's really good. I like him a lot. Oh, that's quite a good bargain. £10.14 for a William Balak Wisher. Oh, this guy's a decent player. Started to build my lineups. Yeah, the same here, man. We started to do it too. We haven't really been doing it. We haven't had a chance to do it earlier in the week, but now we are doing it. And at the moment, I'm kind of tentatively in the market looking for a player with an L50 and a 40 as a midfielder that could really help us here. If we feel like we're kind of struggling to find the right type of player, I could look at another defender. The big kind of problem is that I don't really need another defender. Let's do something a little bit different here. So I was saying that I wanted decisive and AA. Let's put the AA really high up, like to 11. Okay, 15 come up here. There's a load of, like, Norwood's a good one, but he's playing for Sheffield United. That is just not a good one. I missed the reward box update a bit. Do we know what will be in all those beasts? Please check out my YouTube channel, man. And please check out the stream from yesterday. You can also check the boxes yourself So you just go into the game and you click on the prize pool. But yeah, I spent 5 hours talking in depth, and I really mean in detail about the reward box. So yeah, it probably doesn't make sense for me to repeat what a lot of people heard. So check the prize pool out in the game, and then just give my my videos from yesterday a bit of a watch if you can. You could look at Bjornsson Free Tick Scout. Not much AA though, but he's not a a midfielder though, is he? He's a defender. Is he a midfielder really? Has he got a midfielder card? Okay. It's not a bad shout, to be fair. You're right. He doesn't have much AA. So he'd really be a player that I would play in cap 220. It's a good price point, though. £6.70. We need someone with more AA. And at the moment, you can see here that I've put the AA up quite high, and we're struggling to get options that, to be honest with you, are players that I would spend money on. That's at 8, and then let's put the AA here in the L15. Let's put that at 5, like that. Okay. Again, I do like Marin here. Just don't like I don't like his game at the moment. I don't like the way he's not been hitting that AA consistently. Not bad. Quite expensive though. Yeah, it's got that kind of good level of AA scoring, which is kind of fine. But he's on the market for too much, really. I could put an offer in, right? But who's selling this card? Okay, Matteo 46. Okay, far too much, isn't it? £20 for a player that is going to struggle to give you scores of 60 points or more. Like he's going to give you good scores of 40, 50, but not scores of 60. This guy's got a good fixture here. He's got a really good fixture. He's not starting. Wow. Let's put that on as well. So somebody who has started in their last 15 games, they've started in well, let's put that on the L5. So in the L5, they should have started or played 20%, and they should have started in at least 60%. Let's do that. That will take away a load of options here. There we go. 11. Okay, this is a little bit better. So he's still in there. Norwood's in there. Okay. So we filtered it right now. Auger are a good team at the moment because they are quite high up. He's a defensive midfielder too. See, look, this is the type of player that we need. We need a defensive midfielder type player that can hit you a score of 60 points or more just from their AA alone. This is the type of player that we need. I'm not paying £19 for him though. He's not worth £19. Free Tick Scout, are you in for rewards in Cap 220? I'm far off. I don't think I am, no. I don't think so. We'll have a quick look now. Oh, apparently I am. I'm on to win a 40p card. Woohoo! I haven't really been caring too much about Cap 220 for obvious reasons, right? But yeah. I mean, honestly, I think even if we win, we're not really winning, are we? Tier 5. But yeah, at the moment, we're on to win a Tier 5. We might improve our chances this weekend because we could put a decent team together in it for Cap 220. I need to look at this guy. Well, do I kind of do want to look at this guy, but the problem is I'm just absolutely no way paying £20 for him. He started in 50% of his games so far. The last 2 he has started in, though, he's done very well. his tackling is too low at the moment. What did he do in the last 2 games for his AA to be really high? His long balls were good. His passing was accurate. He had a lot of touches as well. He didn't win. He didn't get involved in a lot of duels. He made 4 interceptions. So a lot of his scoring came from the interceptions and the passing. So if we went on his score for the last game, we'll see that the possession category is probably one of the highest because he's going to have 4 interceptions and then loads of points from passing. His defense was poor. His general was poor. His possession was 30.5 from the interceptions. And as I mentioned, all the passing. Look, all those points from the passes that he was making. Okay, what happened in the game before? Was it the same kind of thing? 1 tackle, 2 blocks, and then, yeah, look. He actually lost more duels than he won, but he made a ton of interceptions again, and he made a ton of passes too. He potentially has the ability to hit like a mental score of like 70, 80, 90 if he does more defensively. Because then if he gets a score of around 10 or 15 here, he's then hitting a score of about 70, 80 here. Attack-wise, he's doing okay, but that's not really what I want from this player. I want more defensively. And then that will then give him the ability to get the double-double, triple-doubles, and the triple-triples. Because he's not doing enough defensively. He's only relying at the moment on having loads of the ball and making loads of interceptions. If he doesn't do a lot possession-wise, then I think he's going to score like this, though. So we can see that defensively, again, he didn't do enough. And then possession-wise, look. Possession-wise, he lost more duels than he won. This time, he didn't make a lot of interceptions, and he had very low passes. This is the type of player that is going to frustrate as well as excite you. He's not doing enough defensively as a defensive midfielder. And it's probably the same here. Look, defensively, nothing. No tackles being won, really, apart from 1. Then possession-wise, look, again, he's losing more duels than he's winning. This isn't the type of player that we need to go for. And hopefully you guys can understand that, is that he looks quite promising here because he's giving good scores of 60 points or more from his AA. But when you look into it a bit more, you see that he's very reliant at the moment on just hitting those scores from possession. And the games where he is not having a lot of the ball, he's not doing enough in other areas to then keep bumping him up into 60-point scoring. And that's why he hasn't really been delivering lots of scores of 60 points or more in the starts that he's had. So if we look here, he has an AA of 20.3, which is good. But I would bet that if we look at the breakdown of this, is that, again, it's going to be possession-based rather than defense or attack. That defense, nothing. Possession, 14.8. And again, he loses quite a lot of duels, which isn't good. But then he made quite a few passes and quite a few interceptions. No, it's not going to work. What do you think about Matt's Lemons? Hello to Piox as well. I do like him, yeah. I do like him. I think he's a good player. Free to scout. So priority should be cap 240, followed by box 270, all-star, and cap 270, right? Depends on your priorities, but for me, I'm doing it as cap 240, then the box 270, and then, yeah, all-star, and then cap 220, just because at the moment I am on course to win something, and I don't have enough starting goalkeepers to prioritize cap 270. So that's why cap 220 goes above cap 270 for me. But for others, it would be different, right? Okay. So I'm glad we looked into that. We're probably going to have to pick up a different defender here. Because at the moment, I'm not seeing enough for me to go and buy any of the midfielders here. We can take this down a little bit more. We could also look for a forward that's very decisive dependent, but I don't need that type of player. I have more than enough midfielders that are decisive dependent. I need like a defensive midfielder type player. I'm not really going to be interested in this guy here, Magnin, for Clermont. Like his scoring is pretty poo, to be honest with you. Hmm. There's no options here that are going to help us to threshold. We have to change our focus here. We have to look for a defender. So defender, let's leave everything else here the same. The AA is actually quite low, but we'll start with this for now. Okay, 25 results here. Paul Moreno comes up. Bevis Mugabe, Ashley Young, Jeremy Blasco. Ruben's in there for Heracles. We've also got Liam Gordon, Norbert. We have Melly Mullenstein. God, what has happened to Melly Mullenstein, honestly? Look at that. He's had a shocker, isn't he, Melly Mullenstein? This guy was like the player to have. Everyone was running a Melly Mullenstein. Year ago, 2 years ago, he was like the go-to under 23 defender. And Vitesse have just been so shocking this season. And then to combine with that, he's also put in some really miserable performances as well. His AA used to be consistently like this here. So you could always rely on him giving you scores of around 50. And then sometimes he'd like Hulk out, give you a mad score of like 100 here, right? It's been a horrible season for him so far. And when you compare, look, his scoring recently to how he has been, he used to be so reliable. At the moment, he's not. I know I would no way pay £20 for him. Hmm. Yeah, definitely a very good player. They have changed the manager, which will hopefully bring the best out of him again. So you could actually say that it's a good time to be picking him up. Martin Anger. This is tricky. Let's up this here to 33. Let's also, if we can... Okay. Oh my God, Foremost Mendy's there. Now, Foremost Mendy was an absolute monster when he was playing in the second division, League Two. He's since moved to Lorient, and it's not been a good move for him. First of all, he wasn't really playing. And then in the games that he has played, he's done okay, but not great. And then recently, he's just had a shocker. He is actually a good player. I think he's just been finding it difficult to settle in at Lorient. He used to be, when he was in League Two, look at that. He used to be an absolute cheat code. Every week on Play Sharper, he had one of the highest expected scores. Probably doesn't have that anymore. Again, we're kind of in a situation here where there isn't really anybody that is appealing to me, to be absolutely honest with you. Let's take that off. Let's filter that. Okay, now we get 57. We're sorting this by L40. Amari Bell, no. Kurt Zuma. I'm not picking up a Kurt Zuma. I've already mentioned before, I will not buy a card or promote a player that's a scumbag. And anybody that kicks cats for fun, yeah, not giving you the time all day. Juranovic is kind of an interesting option. Ivan Marquez technically should be an appealing option for me as well. Ivan Marquez is only £4.17. Wow. He hasn't played in the last game, or as in he didn't start. He's not been doing that great. His next game's Hamburg as well. I wouldn't even pick him up for that one. He is very cheap though. And like Juranovic should technically be a good player to kind of be considering, but the fact that Union Berlin have been so poor kind of puts me off. His floor is really high as well. Joel Ward. There's Samba Camera. So we've already got Samba Camera. So he's kind of like our fullback at the moment, where if we can't find anyone else, then we will literally play Samba Camera in there. That gives us 3 points left over. But we want to try and find someone a little bit better. His scoring in the last game was pretty good, but I don't think I want to double up here with Camera and Ali Varul. I'd like to at least have an alternative that I can consider. His scoring's very thresholdy, actually. Right, we've upped the price a little bit more. Maybe we need to take that down just a little bit. I don't want to be really considering defenders, if I'm honest with you, that have an average AA of 5. That is not going to work realistically in threshold. So if we don't find anybody here, we're going to have to maybe go back to the midfielders and try and find midfielders with a higher budget or a higher average value. And then maybe try and find slightly different type of midfielder. This isn't going to cut it. Moy Delgado's in there. I quite like Moy Delgado, but he's you can see look, his scoring's really good, but his scoring's also very all over the place, right? Because you don't know as a left back what he's going to do, and a lot of fullbacks actually lose a lot of their duels as well. Dagenham's okay. There's not the people here that I need. Okay. Let's change this now. Go back to the midfielders with a higher average here. Filter that. Okay. We have 53. And we're saying that we want a midfielder with an AA of 5 over the last 40 games. We've got 53. Ooh. Interesting. Very interesting. This is much more the type of player that I'm after. Because you can see from his level of scoring, he's regularly posting scores of like in his AA of 15 or 10 points or more. When he gets a decisive, he can then give you a score of 80. It's also under 23. Like that scoring's not amazing, but that scoring is also not bad. The big problem with this player is that he's just far overpriced, far too overpriced. Look, £30 for this type of player. There's no way I'm paying £30 for him. Absolutely not. I'd pay maximum 20, and that would just be because he's an under 23 player. Like I know for £30 that in this market, that is not a good price to pay for that type of player. It's just not. So he was interesting, but he's too expensive. Afternoon, Scout. And folks, hello to Irish Paulie. You're only looking for this game week at the moment, right? I'm looking for this game week, yeah, but I'm also trying to keep in mind that I want somebody for the long term. Like this here is promising from a Clermont player. in the 3 starts he's had there. See, like that. See, that appeals to me because you've got a player that is starting that can regularly hit scores like that. Previously, he was at Kortrijk. Habib Keita. There's no cards on the market for him at the moment. There's only 82. He could be somebody that I would look at if there were cards for him. Still trying to sell my, or at least the limited market's hard to sell in when the player's fixture is away at the Etihad. Yeah. Nobody wants anywhere to go anywhere near that fixture, do they? If they are on the other team. Campos is good. I actually do quite like Campos, to be honest with you. He's just not the type of player that is an AA type player. He's a decisive player. This is tricky. This is really tricky. Arco Richter's there. It's making me think about it's making me remember Anto, not Anto Shunin, Anto. What's he at? Anton Stack. Hoffenheim now. Oh, look at that. Anton Stack is so expensive now. And for good reason. I actually remember I bought his limited card for about 30, 35 pounds, something like that. And then I ended up selling him for a massive loss, I think. Yeah, look. I bought him for, what, 30 pounds? And then I ended up selling him for 9 pounds, and he was actually doing pretty well at that time. And that's just the frustrating thing with the market here on Sorare, is that when you see something like that, it really starts to put you off overspending or spending more than what you think you need to on these types of players now. Like even £7.61, I wouldn't spend £7.61 on Anton Stack Limited, because I think that realistically his price could reduce to like £1 or less than £1. So you're just throwing money away. And then when it reduces to £1, how realistic is it that he's ever going to get back up to £7.61 in the current game economy, the current state of the game? Not very likely. So then, if you don't like throwing the money away, you just don't do it. If not for this week, Berit Ozdemir might be something you're looking for. Yeah, he's not playing this weekend, is he? But thank you, though. Beast, I appreciate that, man. Oh, we've got Sergio Molina in there, and we have Aitor Gallardo. Manuel Banda, but he's not really a starter. Ooh. Hello. Hello. This player is quite decisive dependent. He can give you a score of 60 points or more without. Game week 4-3-3, 4-3-4, and then 4-4-1. So we get to use him for two game weeks if we picked him up. His level of scoring in the starts that he has is quite good, actually. Hello to Fact Speaker Guy on YouTube. Thank you for jumping in. Probably stupid of me to give away names here, but they were here to help out each other. Yeah, we are here to help out each other. Appreciate it. Tobias Moore, we could look at here. There he was, there, wasn't he? Just saw him. For Schalke. Yeah. £12, £61, £14, £31. And yeah, good. That's promising. Again, the important thing here is that I think it's really easy to get into the habit, and it's a bad habit of getting into, of looking at a player's scoring chart and just kind of almost writing them off based on this, right? If you don't know the player too often, what you really need to be doing is focusing on how does he do in the starts that he's got. So if you look at the starts that he's got, he does quite well in the starts, generally speaking. And we can filter it by the starts too, and that you can see, look, and so that in the starts here, look, that's generally how he does in the starts, which is actually pretty good. Very good, actually. So this type of player is a good player to look at. The threshold, he's not going to help me because his L15 is 44, but it's a good shout. It's a good shout from Beast, definitely. I want to take a closer look at this guy here. I'm in Muefek, because he's begun to start recently. Let's bring it back here. He's begun to start a bit more. Now, St. Etienne haven't been doing that great recently. You can see their form has been, they've lost their last 5 games, actually. Before that, they were doing really well, but he wasn't actually playing enough. He wasn't starting enough. The risk with this type of player is that he could very well come in and get a nice run of games, but then he could be out for on the bench again for another 10. So he's kind of like a player that doesn't look like he's really established himself in the team. So his position is always at risk. He's always at risk, right, of being dropped. He's only started in 5 of 15. He's got 2 goals and 1 assist, and he has key passes of 0.7 per game. What's interesting and what I would like to see is that, what did he do last season? So look, last season he started in only 12. He got 1 goal, 1 assist. So he's like a fringe player still. He's probably quite a nice player for us to pick up on the cheap if we could, and then just kind of sit on him and see how he develops. Because from what I can see here, this looks really good, but we can't trust him to help us this weekend. And then even if he did, he could just be on the bench again next weekend, and then we've spent like £30 on basically a sub player. And then what's going to happen is that then when he's back on the bench like this, guess what's going to happen to his price? His price is just going to absolutely fall off a cliff. And then he'll probably end up being, look, he should be technically around £14.61. Over the last 3 days, his average is £14.61. And you can see that Bologna picks him up for £14.61. A lot of the other cars recently for him have been going for around 20, 26, something like that. I'd only be looking, yeah, look, £14.85, 15, 11. There's no way you spend £30 on this player. And if you do, then you almost don't know the ins and outs of Sorare, because you would end up paying far too much for him. As I say, he might not actually continue to start. And then when he doesn't, and he ends up being a sub player again, he's going to drop down to about £14 again. So you spent far too much on a player. Interesting. Right. Let me have a quick top up of my drink. We'll be back in 2 minutes, guys. All right, guys, we're back again. So, if you're just tuning in and wondering what we're up to, we're currently in the process of just having a little bit of scouting. I'm trying to work out whether we buy a player to just add to our rare collection and help us for the game week. We've got a player that we can play to help us for Threshold, or at least we can play in for Threshold, and that is Samba Camera. The problem is that I don't think I really want to play Samba Camera. And so that's why at the moment we're kind of exploring anybody that we could get with an L15 of 40 or below, because if it comes down to it, I can take Bocat out and I can put Smolcic in, and then that means that we have 40 here. And so, yeah, we're looking for a player, and I haven't quite been able to find one yet that justifies me putting money down. Because at the end of the day, if we're going to buy somebody here, it needs to be somebody that I think will hugely help my gallery. I'm not just going to buy anybody for the sake of it, because if needs be, we'll just play Samba Camera and we'll just cross our fingers, right? But yeah, let's keep searching anyway. 12 there. Do you like S-Rich? L15 of 44. Yeah, I do. I like him. He's a good player. There's Habib Keita as well, back in here, who doesn't have a good game. I wonder if anybody here would be interested, if we reached out to them, whether they would be interested in selling. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know whether this is actually someone that I want. Let's just bring him up. It is the type of player that I'd be interested in. 1.2 tackles per game, 1.5 interceptions per game, 2.6 balls recovered per game, total duels won 2.7, winning 51%, not really losing possession, not making a load of passes, but is actually quite accurate with the passes though. They're right down here at the bottom. Let me do this differently. Let me sort this by the floor. Okay, and then we drop this down to 7, like that. I mean, the one position that we haven't even looked at here is potentially a forward. I said to you that I don't want to really get another forward and run 2 forwards in threshold, but if we're struggling this much to find the player that we need, that's the fallback, is that we could at least look for a forward that maybe has a good AA. This guy here, look. This guy here's got some good level of scoring for threshold. He's also got some shocking level of scoring. I only have Ojo as a forward. Which football team do you support? I support Man United. Seawix, what about yourself, man? Yeah, who do you support? I don't I don't tend to talk too much about Man United when I don't need to, for obvious reasons, right? Because you then just invite the banter and you invite the taunting. But when they do well, you'll probably hear me talk about them a lot, because I need to celebrate the rare opportunities that they do good. But it's so frustrating to be a Man United supporter at the moment. Hmm. The other player that we didn't really look at is Gallardo, but I know this guy. He's a little bit too raw. Like his scoring there is good. Um, he's too raw though. He's not really I'm more interested in like an established type player. His scoring here is fantastic. It looks good. How much is he actually? So 27 days ago, he went for £6.95. There's only 6 rares of him as well. So it's unlikely we'll be able to pick him up. Newcastle, mate, devastated. Was at the match yesterday. Yeah, they are out of European football. You didn't know that, neighbor. They finished last in their group. It was a very tough group, though. The funny thing is that even though Newcastle went out, I think that he actually probably played good enough to get through. If you stick Newcastle in a different league, in a different group, and you just apply the same level of performances that they gave in their games, they would have got through, I think. But just the fact they were in such a horrible group, they probably deserved to go through, and they probably didn't really deserve to finish bottom, to be honest with you. I think they gave a good account of themselves in Europe. I think there's plenty to be positive about. I think if I was a Newcastle fan, I'd be very proud of how they've done. And I'm a Man United fan, and I'm actually embarrassed as to how Man United done in Europe. I'm embarrassed by it. But if I was a Newcastle fan, I'd be very proud of how they've done. They've done no disgrace at all, no shame. They've really given a good account of themselves. Next season will be different on that matter since they will have a league. Yeah, they will. The format's different, isn't it? So it's a league format, which is going to be really interesting, isn't it? I think, rather than the group stages. We're not getting anywhere, are we? Finding the player here. We're not getting anywhere. We need to change this to a forward. And we need to see if we can find a forward. We're going to take that off. And we need to find a forward with an L15, a 40 that potentially has an AA, a 7 in their last 40. Surely not. Okay, Lucas Vazquez is in there. Christian Lovrich, Munayin, Ben Rama, Katie Bama, Sylvester. Oh, okay. I'm excited and scared for my Gent stack later. Liam Scales scored me 95 points last night. Boom. Love it. So you're basically waiting on the Gent stack, are you, Apple? And then you could potentially be in for a massive reward this weekend. Newcastle were cheated out of Europe away at PSG. I have to agree, yeah. They were. I think it is a league format, no? It is a league format, isn't it? It's been described as a league format. Even saw it on Football Manager. In Football Manager, it kind of gives you a warning, and it says that next season in Champions League will be a league format. Like now we're talking about it, I wanna bring it up. Champions League 24. See it, 24-25 format. Let's have a little look. The big changes here. Here we go. Let's have a little look. Hold on. Let's go back. This is actually from UEFA here. Okay. New format for the Champions League post 24. Everything you need to know. The new edition, the new format. Okay. And then, this is probably a lot of information that we don't need. Here we go. How will the Champions League format change from 24-25? It changes, so it's not going to be a group stage system. The present Champions League group includes 32 teams in 8 groups of 4. From the 24-25 season, 36 clubs will participate in the Champions League phase, form a group stage, giving 4 more sides the opportunity to compete against the best clubs in Europe. Those 36 clubs will participate in a single league competition in which all 36 competing clubs are ranked together. So it is a league, man. It's a league. Football betting. And it says here, under the new format, teams will play 8 matches in the new league phase. They will no longer play 3 opponents twice, home and away, but will instead face fixtures against 8 different teams, playing half of those matches at home and half of them away. Yeah. So it's a league format. It's cool. I think it's quite cool. It's quite nice to see a difference there, how they're doing it. It should make things a bit more interesting as well, right? Because rather than going up against, a smaller number of teams and then you're actually going up against a bigger amount of teams to begin with. If you want to check it out, I'll drop this link in the chat. There you go. Yeah, so league format. Right. Let's try and get back and find a player. I'm not desperate for a player here, but if we can find one, it'd be great. Yeah, Christian Lovrich, I've looked at before. I wouldn't describe the system as a league format the way we know league formats from domestic leagues. It's more like a round-robin format. Yeah, I get you, yeah. I get what you're saying. I think it's just the way that they've described it, right? The way that it's been touted is that rather than being group stages now, it's kind of, they're calling it a league. So, yeah, but I get what you're saying. The format of it isn't like you're in a league. It's more, yeah, as you say, round-robin. We're not really getting anywhere, finding anyone. It's so difficult to find an L1540 player that... Let me put the decisive score up a bit more here. 38, filter. Ashley Barnes back on the score sheet last night. I did notice that, actually. I saw that, and I was really happy to see him score because we love Ashley Barnes. There he is there, actually. Ashley Barnes, who's come up in our search now because we're kind of looking at almost moving away from a player that can give us an AA. And we're kind of more looking at players now that can be decisive dependent. Let's just throw in defenders and midfielders in here. Let's just do it all in one go. And then let's do that. Let's filter that now. Thomas van den Kiebus is in there. We have 101 results, really. Okay. That's not actually a lot. We can probably run through that. And then sort by floor ascending. Okay. Pretty Scout, I'm wondering what to do with my Dynamo Zagreb stack. They play Hajduk. That's a difficult game. Yeah. Difficult game. Well, Dynamo Zagreb are playing at home and Hajduk are playing away. But I think it's still a difficult game for Dynamo Zagreb because Hajduk, they're top, aren't they? Hajduk? Let's have a look. And it's a tough game, isn't it? You've got 2. There we go. Look, it's number 1 going up against number 2. So I think this is a tricky game. A good game, but a tricky game to call. And you can also see as well that the head-to-head, they have quite an even head-to-head. So really difficult one to call. First versus second. Right, who have we got here that has a low floor price? 377. Nasa Chadley. Nasa Chadley. He did start in the last game when he done quite well. I was looking at Nasa Chadley's limited, and I think I had Nasa Chadley's limited. Before I do, look, I say I thought I had him. I do have him. Look, I've still got a Nasa Chadley. Thought I got rid of him, but apparently I've got him. Maybe somebody sent me him to give away. I mean, to be honest with you, Nasa Chadley, if he was to start here, he'd probably do quite well. And he's also Belgian Pro League, so he gives you utility for 4-3-5, 4-3-6 as well. What's the expert saying here? Is there a Belgian prediction at the moment? Is he expecting Chadley to be back in there? No, well, yes, he is at 80%. And they've got Eupen, which is really not too bad at all. They said Chadley's like a player that's quite good for threshold. He can let you down as well, but in the starts that he has, he's quite good at giving you a decisive threat and then the occasional AA like over performance as well. He can also do this, which is a little bit frustrating, but you just don't get anything from him. I mean, for his price point, it might be it could be a like a low risk type option. Basilbot selling that one. And then Samanaz, whoever that is selling that one. Hmm. Let's keep looking. Any goalkeeper with L15-0 or low for the next game week? Well, unfortunately, we didn't spend the time this week, Adrian. We didn't spend the time this week to look at the cap sheet codes because we spent all yesterday talking about the new update. But maybe somebody in the chat knows. Thomas van der Kiebus, I had him as his rare, and I think this is a good player. The problem with him is that he's not starting at the moment too much. Onel Hernandez is decent. What a horrible game for Norwich though. Away to Ipswich, was smashing it at the moment in the championship. We've got Finn Bogerson, Ricky Van Wolfswinkel. Doko Lazovic is actually a player that I like. Bosec isn't bad, but I don't like the team he's playing for. Mijo Cactus is a player that we obviously like. The problem with Mijo Cactus is that you never really know what you're going to get from him. Like this player is really good, but this player is not the type of player that is great for threshold because he doesn't have any AA at all for a midfielder. So you're purely relying on him giving you a decisive. Against Slaven, he could give you a decisive. He really could. But it would be a big risk, wouldn't it? If we picked him up and he didn't give us a decisive. Man, I'm so annoyed. Varul doesn't have a game this weekend. Varul has a game in this game week. He plays at 2 p.m. UK time. It's the only game. The Sivasspor game is the only Turkish game which is happening in this game week. So he does have a game at Apple 22. Yeah. So you can use him in this game week. Look, he's there in my team. Ali Varul, he's playing Istanbul. Yeah, the 240 saved. What do we do here? What do we do here? Yeah, Chadley's AA is not that good, actually. It's not as good as I thought it was going to be for Vestaloo. That's the problem, because he's had so many games where he's just done nothing. Oh, this is so tricky. Best to go on cap 270 or the special box 270? I'd say the special box, yeah. Because it's only running for 4 game weeks, so you might as well try and give it your all for those 4 game weeks. And then probably afterwards, they'll roll it out to that format to the other competitions in the game. But because we know that it's only happening definitely for 4 game weeks, try and take advantage of it. Try and go in there hard. And I think also just part of the appeal for me is the fact that everybody who gets into the positions will win a box, right? And then you never know. You could get really lucky in that box and you could end up winning a card reward, right? So I think that's also what's kind of attractive. is that you've got that kind of that excitement of potentially for your rewards, getting really excited about them again. Robin Hack, Vitek. Right. It is really difficult, yeah. Good afternoon. Do you see the media bias between Eddie Howe and Ten Hag this season? Yeah, I do. You're right. Not yet. 7,000 box 270. So chance of getting a box is good. Yeah, very good. There probably will be. You'd expect there to be more than 7,000, wouldn't you? If there isn't more than 7,000, then like that's a big win. But you'd expect there to be more than 7,000 entrants in it. Way more. But I think I just also want to try my luck at winning something. Um, winning something that could turn into something better, right? This is a really tricky one. There's a part of me that wants to pick up Nasa Chadley. I need to see something here. Currently on 6,900. It's getting there, isn't it? Hmm. So ideally, what I'd like to do is I'd like to pick up Mijo Cactus here because I like this guy and I wanted to buy him before the start of the season when he was like £40 or whatever. He's now less than £10, which is great. He has a good game here this weekend, which means that if you buy him, if I got him and he helps us to the threshold, then his cost is pretty much then paid for. But then we can't use him until game week 445, which kind of puts me off him a little bit. Here's what we're going to do, I think. I don't like it too much, but it's also kind of, I think it's fairly low risk as well. We're going to buy this one. It's Nasa Chadley. Okay. So we've bought Nasa Chadley, who I've bought because he is a player that can work in Cap 240. He has a home game against Eupen, which is actually quite attractive. He doesn't have this card that we've bought. He doesn't really have any XP, which is a little bit of a problem. But he's also a player that I've just bought here for £6. And to be honest with you, if we end up hitting the threshold from him, then his cost is covered. Like we've recouped the cost on the card. So this is the type of player where it's low risk because it's not going to take a lot for you to recoup the cost. And actually, because his L15 is quite low and he's not that consistent all the time at delivering a really good AA, he's probably going to have a little bit of use in Cap 222. The other thing that I factored into my decision here is that if we go on Mesa Chadley, what you'll see is that he has a good game this weekend, and then he's playing in game week 435, which is the weekend after. Then he's playing in the game week after that, which is kind of like a midweek game week. And then we basically have 1 week where we can't use him over the Christmas period. And then we could use him again from the first week or so of January. So his utility over the next month is actually pretty good. It's way better than if we'd have got Habib here. Habib is playing 4-3-3, 4-3-4, and then nothing until 4-4-1. And then also for Mijo, as you just saw, Mijo basically plays this weekend, and then he doesn't play again until game week 4-4-5, which is basically in the new year. So I'm actually kind of happy with it. Hello also to Pranzu. What's up, man? Thank you for jumping on from YouTube. So at the moment, I'm happy with Chadley. And what we're going to do, I think, is we're going to put Chadley in. So we're going to go and find Chadley now. There he is there, Nasa Chadley. We put Nasa Chadley in there with a home game against Eupen. So there should be some goals in that one. And someone like Nasa Chadley has a good chance of either getting involved in a goal or doing enough in his AA because he's trying to create a goal, he's trying to score a goal, that he can help us to a score of maybe 50 points, like maybe something like this here, 57. So I think that's actually okay. We're going to put the captaincy on Luke Brouwers here with a home game against Volendam. This is a good opportunity for him to smash like a score of 100 or something. There are some other good options we could captain. We could captain Tucci at home against Istra, and then we could also captain Ivan Smolcic at home against Rudesh. And we might still do that, but I've been looking forward to this fixture, and I think that Luke Brouwers, in the form that he's been in, he could get back to scoring again 70 or 80 against this opponent. Yeah, also, you're right there, Timbo, is that we go back to Chadley, they've got RWDM, which is another good game, and it's a home game as well, right? So this was also something that factored in, is that he's not only got a good game this weekend, we probably won't use him in Cap 240 next week. We'll probably just put him in, we'll put him into Cap 220 probably in that one. And then we could use him in game week 436. In fact, I don't actually know how many players I have for game week 436. In fact, I do have some good players for game week 436. Let me show you. Because I've already been planning for game week 436 for the last month or so. So we're going to enter this team in now. Confirm. Right. So at the moment, this is our all-star. No, this is our Cap 240 rare team. So Ali Varul in goal, Ivan Smolcic in defense, now the new Nasa Chadley in midfield as well, with Luke Brouwers as the captain in midfield, and then Indrit Tucci as the forward. And I actually think that this team has a really good chance of hitting the threshold. I really do. And if it does, as I say, picking up Nasa Chadley is then going to look really smart, because then we're going to win $50, so basically £40. And Nasa Chadley only costs us £6. Now, what I'm going to show you is that Ali Varul, Ivan Smolcic, Indrit Tucci, and Luke Brouwers, they're all paid for. The rewards that we've won in Cap 240, the threshold, has already paid for the cost of Ali Varul, Ivan Smolcic, Tucci, and Luke Brouwers. And I'm going to show you that now. I'm going to go into my gallery. I'm going to go into SO5 stats here. SO5 stats and then SO5 utility. And then what we're going to do is we're going to click on the total gaming yield here, so that it then sorts it by how much gaming yield each card has won for us, right? So this is basically the threshold. And you can see here that Ali Varul, he's won me £201 in threshold, okay? Ali Varul only cost me £164. So the threshold that we've won with Ali Varul, you can see this here, look, £164. So he's a card that's already paid for now. Like, we're just playing with him, and everything we win is now profit. Okay, his card, we've recouped the full cost of Ali Varul from the threshold that he's basically won for us, right? Indrit Tucci, the same. He's won us 161. So Indrit Tucci cost me £50. He's helped us to win 161. Ivan Smolcic, 121. He cost me £19, actually. Zapa, £80. Zapa cost me 35. Zalahi, £80. He cost me about 35 too. Kadri, £80, cost us about £40. Luke Browers, 80, cost me £13. So in terms of the threshold, we're really good at it, and we've recouped loads of it. So at the moment, if we win threshold again, then Nasa Chadley will be paid for, like immediately. He'll be paid for and some, which is pretty cool. Yeah. So this is why it's quite a nice low cost, low risk option. If it doesn't pay off, then we'll end up winning threshold with other players that will then effectively recoup the cost of Nasa Chadley like that, because he's so low cost. Let's also put this team into the lineup builder. So let's go into the lineup builder here. And then we go into Capsule 40 Rare. What's the lowest price for a DMP Rare goalie? You can usually get one for like a couple of quid or whatever, like less than £10. If you scout properly. Right, let's do suggest a lineup. Let's see who the Sorare data tool would tell us we should be picking. Probably going to pick Hervey Kofi. It's going to pick Hervey Kofi because it gives Hervey Kofi a AA rating. And we know, having looked into this, that this is probably not the way. The reason why Ali Varul is an F rating is because the odds market for this game is not available yet. We looked at it earlier. The bookies are not putting odds at the moment for the Turkish Super League. So if he had the odds which are being pulled in here, he would probably be as good a rating as Hervey Kofi or close to. So we're going to do it now. It's going to give us Hervey Kofi. Then it's going to give us Luke Browers. It's also going to tell us to play Eric Bokat. And it's also going to tell us to play Tucci and Samba Camara. So we could play Camara too. And this is the beauty with the players that I've got, is that this was, aside from Hervey Kofi, if we took Kofi out, we could also play Ali Varul. And then we have a defensive stack with Sivaspor. And we have the captain still on Luke Browers. And then we have a really good defender of Bokat there. The thing is that the problem with this team is that you're basically saying that Samba Camara is going to do really well, enough that you can have a stack with Ali Varul. But actually, if you took Bokat out and you put Smolcic in, who has a very good game. Look, he has a high percentage for a clean sheet here. And his performances in his L5 and L15 home games have been 59 and 50. The average score is 59 for him. Bokat's is 56, and he has a lower chance for for 3 goals scored, funny enough. Then by saving 3, we can bring in just as good a defender as Bokat here, with a just as good a fixture, if not better. And then it just frees up. Where's he at? Nasa Chadley here, who, funny enough, has this D rating, right? But actually, when you look at it, his opponent scores really good because the position that he plays in, you can see that, generally speaking, Eupen have allowed their opponents to score, so players that play in this type of position, between 60, 61, 60, 69, and then 48 as a right forward. So that kind of averages out to 60. And it's Eupen. They haven't been that great. I'm expecting there to be a lot of goals in this game. So Nasa Chadley has a chance to get a decisive here. So we have a couple of options. I could equally maybe change my mind before tomorrow and decide that Samba Camara is going to do amazing in this game. But that's one of the reasons why I wanted to go out and get a different player, is because when I looked at Camara, I was thinking, I don't think I trust that Samba Camara away from home in this fixture for Sivaspor can give us the scoring that we need. Whereas actually spending £6 has now meant that we've got a player that I think has the potential to outscore Samba Camara this weekend. And that could be the difference. Nasa Chadley instead of Samba Camara. This one player could be the difference between us hitting threshold and not hitting threshold. So, yeah, what do you guys think? Is this team going to hit threshold? Would you play Nasa Chadley instead of Samba Camara? And if you did, would you who would you swap? Who would you change potentially? Like, let me know in the chat. force Ali Varol in and see what it suggests. Yeah. Well, we just done that, didn't we? So it still gives us a good score. What do you guys prefer? Let me bring it up on the screen here. Do you guys prefer? We're not playing Hervey Kofi, by the way, no matter what. Ali Varol. Do you guys prefer this team here of Ali Varol, Eric Bokat, Browers, Tucci, and Samba Camara, or do you prefer that team where instead of Bokat and Camara, we have Ivan Smolcic and Nasa Chadley? Because I prefer that one personally. But I also think this is not too bad. I just don't think I trust Camara. Like when you look at Camara scoring, I just don't think I trust Camara at the moment. He's very hit and miss, Camara. What do you guys prefer? Ali Ali 6p points, no clean sheet. No, Ali won't get the clean sheet, you're right. Chadley team, Ligma prefers. And then Apple, you prefer the Chadley team too. Does anybody prefer the other team? Does anybody actually prefer this team? The stack, the defensive stack with Sivaspor. Does anybody prefer that one? What I was saying though is select only Varol and then do suggest to see what it says. Oh, okay, I'm with you. Okay, so if we done it that way, it's probably going to pick exactly the same. It's going to pick Tucci, Luke Browers. It's probably going to pick Camara again for that because Camara's got a good rating. And then defensively, it's probably then going to pick Bokat. So it's probably going to pick exactly that team. Look. Yeah, look. Bokat, Camara, Luke Browers, Tucci. It basically picks the same. You think Ali Varol will get 60 points without a clean sheet? Do you really? I mean, that'd be amazing if we can do that, right? I can't see it personally. I think this will be a difficult game, though, and a tight game. And if he can do it, that'd be incredible because then we have a really good chance of just like smashing the threshold. I think what I'm expecting from Ali Varol here, and this is really important, so do listen up, right? So guys, this is probably the most important part. I did cover this a little bit on the video that I done yesterday. Right. This is really important, so listen up to this because I promise you, I've been hitting threshold every single weekend for the past 5 or 6 game weekends now. And the reason I have been doing that is because, one, we spend a lot of time planning and prepping and researching, right? But the other reason is that what I do is I work out what is the worst score that I should be expecting from my players, right? And then when you do that, it gives you a good idea of whether you are realistically going to hit the threshold or not. So how do we do it, right? Well, what we do is we look at the team here, and a lot of this comes down to just knowing your players, right? So if you've been playing the players that you've had for a while, you're going to have a good idea of what they score most of the time, okay? What you need to think about, and you need to be very realistic when you are doing this type of exercise with your team, is you need to not overscore them. If you overscore them, then you're not going to hit the threshold because then you're actually not being realistic and you're not spotting where the big problems are in your team, okay? So let me do it. Let me show you how I do it, right? So Ali Varol is not going to keep a clean sheet here. So again, we're thinking of the worst case scenario and the realistic worst case scenario. Because the worst case scenario totally would be Ali Varol doesn't keep a clean sheet, gives away a penalty, he gets a red card, he concedes 3 goals, right? That's not realistic because that could happen, but it would be like a very rare occurrence for that to happen. What's more realistic as a worst case scenario is that Ali Varol is going to concede a goal. He's probably going to concede 1, maybe 2, but I don't think 3. I don't think he's going to concede 3 goals. We looked into it. This fixture is very low scoring. So for me, Ali Varol, if we say he's going to concede 2 goals here as a worst case scenario, and he's going to do what he usually does in his AA, which is post a score of between kind of like 10 to 15 in his AA, then we should probably expect, as a worst case scenario here, a score of about 50, 45 to 50. So let's say 45, right? But Ali Varol is going to give us a score of 45. Ivan Smolcic. Ivan Smolcic is going up against Rudesh at home. Ivan Smolcic is actually a good player. He has very good AA. This is a game where I'd expect Rijeka to do very good in because they had such a shocker from the last weekend. They need to have a big response here at home. I think that Ivan Smolcic, worst case, could give us a score of around 55. So worst case, right? I'm expecting him to do better than that, but worst case scenario, from knowing the player and knowing how he scores, I'm expecting 45 from Ali Varol, and I'm expecting 55 from Smolcic. So we're at 100 there already. We then need to get 180 points from the remaining 3 players, right? And this is what I am expecting realistically from these players in this fixture. I'm expecting Nacer Chadley in this fixture to give us a score of about 50. Okay? And I'm hoping he can do better than that, but this is the type of fixture that I would expect him to do good in his AA in. And he hit a score of 57. I don't think he can necessarily hit that. I hope he can, but I would expect him to give us a score of around 50, okay? So we're at 150 there. We then need 130 from the remaining 2 players, right? And this is basic. This is not even taking into account the XP, right? This is just on a very basic level. So don't forget that we're going to have captaincy bonus. We're going to have XP, collection bonus, all that sort of stuff that's feeding in to the scoring here. Tucci, against his opponent, I am expecting Tucci to give us a score of 60. And the reason I'm expecting that is because Tucci should get some kind of a decisive against Istra. But even if he doesn't, I would expect him to give us a score of around 55, 56. So knocking on 60 from Tucci in this fixture. Okay, so at the moment, we're on, 150 here. And then with Tucci, it takes us to 210, right? Minimum score of 60, minimum from Tucci. So we need a score of 70 from Luke Browers, right? And I also think, worst case scenario here, that Luke Browers will get some kind of a goal involvement. So I'm expecting a score of around 60. I'd actually expect to score higher than that, maybe around 70. But if we said 60, that's going to take us to about 270. And then if you factor in that we're 10 points short, but then we're going to have XP and we're going to have captaincy bonus, we're going to hit between 280 to 300 as a worst case scenario. And if we really didn't get the big overperformance from Luke Browers or from Tucci or Smolcic, then I think this team would probably hit around 290, something like that. So I feel confident that this team can hit the threshold. And you guys should get into the habit of doing that too, where you look at your teams, you look at the players, and you think, realistically, what is he going to get as like a worst case realistic score from the player? Forget about trying to guess like if a player's going to get a red card and stuff like that. You can never know when that's going to happen, but you need to just think realistically based on the players and how I know they score, what is it that I'm as a minimum expecting from this player? And as I just showed you, when I've counted up all the minimums there, this team should be able to hit threshold. As long as we don't get a seriously, seriously bad score. And then if we do, we're then going to need someone to massively overperform to counteract the points that we're losing. And to be honest, we've got the fixtures and the players here of Smolcic at home against Rudesh, Chadley at home against Eupen, Tucci at home against Istra, Luke Browers at home against Volendam. We have the fixtures here where one of these 4 can massively overperform and give us a huge score, which should then, in theory, counteract any bad score that we get from Ali Varol or any of the other guys as well. Okay. So does that make sense, guys? That's how I build for Cap 240 Rare. And it's been a strategy that has been helping me to consistent threshold wins where every week we are hitting $50. We're hitting the threshold. And we're doing it fairly comfortably as well. So I'm hoping we don't jinx it. All things considered, I'd like us to get another threshold win this weekend. How do you guys tend to line up build for Captive 40 Rare? Do you do something like that yourself, or do you do something a little bit different? Like, are you not looking at the team individually? Are you just thinking about what's the one player that's going to overperform? What's the one player that's going to really bomb on you? And then you're just trying to counteract those two. How do you guys approach Captive 40 threshold? I'm usually a lot more pessimistic than that and throw players in and hope for the best. How's that been working out for you? Wow, that's great advice. I have been hitting threshold once every second game week for 4 game weeks. Wow. That's good though. That's okay. Quick question. Would you captain either Pinto or Inigo Cordoba? Probably Pinto in that game because they're away to NEC. Like Pooky, check the odds for the games and choose according to that. I tried to squeeze in my... Okay, this is interesting from Thepamino. I tried to squeeze in my key scorers and hope for the best from the rest. Okay. That's actually a strategy that I used to do a lot, where you just kind of like try and squeeze in your best players, and then in theory then they should just hit you the threshold because you've got your best players in there, and if they do what they should do to be the best players, then you don't really need to overthink it, right? So as an example, because I quite like that point, let me just show you my team from not last game week. I'll show you my last 5 or so threshold players, right? Or threshold team. So game week 4-3-1. So this was the team that hit the threshold for me. Ali Varul, Eric Bokat, Richie Delete, Kadri, Biaki. Okay? And this one didn't really require a lot of thought because Bokat is one of my best defenders. Ali Varul is pretty much my threshold goalkeeper. Kadri had a great fixture and he's also one of our best players. And then Biaki is also one of our best players. The thing that we had to think about here was who can we fit in for the low cost option to enable us to put the whole team out? Because Bokat, Varul, Kadri, Biaki, they kind of had quite high L15. So Richie was the nice low cost enabler. I think he had an L15 at the time of like 42, and then he hit 53, which was great. So this was last week, and again, when I put the team together, I was thinking like, worst case scenario, what can we get from everyone? And I think when I'd done it, I said that Ali Varul, worst case scenario, would give us a score of 45. He obviously massively outperformed that. I said that Bokat should give us a score of around 55. Was expecting Richie to give us a score of about 45, 50, something like that. Kadri, I was thinking that Kadri could give us a score of 60, 70 here. And then Biaki, I actually felt that Biaki would give us a score of about 55, 60. And he obviously underperformed, but we had such a good overperformance from Varul, Kadri as well. It didn't really hurt us in the end. We just about got it over the line. If we go back the weekend before to game week 429, what you'll see is that we absolutely smashed the threshold here by a huge margin. We absolutely killed it. And we nearly even got a card reward here. And this was a lot easier because we didn't really need to think about it to the same level as what we did today. It was just, we can put Tucci in, he's our best forward. We can put Zaper in, he's our best midfielder. We can put Luke Browers in, he's our best midfielder too. Hervey Kofi had a way better fixture than Ali Varul, and this was actually a pretty good chance for him to overperform, which is what he'd done. And then we also thought, well, who's our best defender or our best chance threshold-wise to give us a score of 50? And it's usually Pappy. And you'll see that when I go back further, the rest of my teams most of the time will have either Pappy or Ivan Smolcic in there. So if we go to game week 427, where we also hit the threshold, here we go. You can see, look, the team doesn't really change too much. There's like a core to it. So here, instead, we put Victor Edvardsen in, but we had Tucci, Zalahi when he was playing, because he's not playing anymore, Smolcic, and then Hervey Kofi. We go back even further to the weekend before that, to game week 4 to 5, I think. No, game week 4 to 5 was a bit of a weird one because we didn't even enter the Capsule 40 rare. I think it was like an international game week. If we go to game week 4 to 3, might be the same actually. No, it wasn't. Here we go. So that we then could put a team out for Capsule 40 rare. And again, we hit the threshold. And look, it's pretty much a variation of the same players that we've got. This time, instead of Smolcic, we put Bocat in, but then we have Pappy back in there again. Ali Varul goes back in there. Then Luke Bowers again, surprise, surprise, is in there. And then Tucci's in there. So it's a strategy that's been working. You just almost need to just tweak the main 5 depending on form, fixture, and availability. And just again, just trying to work out based on the fixtures and how you're used to their level of scoring, like what they can actually do for you as a bare minimum. Biaki's sad game with Hartberg. Yeah, it was. He should have got a goal because he had 2 big chances missed, didn't he? Just look at the highest percentage over performance and put in as many as possible is the way to put it in easy in easy words. Fair enough. I look at the players that will overperform, or I'm like you, then wait for the injury time disappointment. B says, what do you think of Mikhail Kaimakov? I think I would have been also a player for the search you did earlier. Maybe for anyone else in the chat, it's a good pickup. Just throwing it in there. He's okay. Let's just bring him up in case you guys don't know of him. So this guy here, he's okay. My big issue with him is the team. I just really don't like this team. I think they're really weak. There is a player from this team. I think it might be Borash, actually. I think it's, you've got Bosec, and you've also got Borash. I like Borash here. So the defender here, Marco Borash, the under 23 defender. I like him because I think there's a good player here, good levels of scoring. There's a potential. Look, he's great for threshold as a defender, and he's not even that expensive either. He's one of my favorites from this team, but I'm not a big fan of this team, really. And what makes this guy really good, if you don't know, is that this is actually really good scoring. You're probably thinking it's not good scoring because it's only 50-point scoring. But the thing you have to keep in mind here is that he's only 22, and this is good scoring for a 22-year-old that's still learning the game, and he's actually not even playing for a very good team. So you stick this guy in a better team, his scoring's going to improve, and he's going to go to bigger heights. So I like this type of guy. And I also don't mind the guy that you mentioned, Kaimakov, this guy here. Again, the issue is just the team. And I think the problem with this type of guy is that his AA is good, but you never really know at the moment when he's going to play. And that's a little bit frustrating, right? So a little bit too risky for the price of £6.80 when you could just get like a Nacer Chadley for £6 and you pretty much know that Chadley's going to start. Can't do this in rare. There's not enough cards, but in limited, I play a high averaging L15 player to max captain bonus and fit in players around that. Hit the threshold every week. I entered since 421, so very happy with the strategy. That's working, yeah. That's really working for you. That is the great thing about Sorare, is that the strategy that I have works for me perfectly, but it might not be the sort of strategy that others can use, or they might find that they can't get the same success out of it, right? So then finding your own strategy is so good and so useful to do in the game. Like, as Football Betting said there, he's got his own sort of plan, and he's putting it out there, and every week it's working for him. So, really good. So, right, we spent a lot of time doing Cap 240 Rare. We are just going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then when we come back, we're going to continue to do the rest of my rare teams. Then We've also got to do our under 23 team for the community guys, and we've also got to do like loads more teams, loads more lineups to build. So stick around. We'll do plenty. We'll even discover some more players as well. So see you in 5. And we're back. So, more winning lineups to build, guys, on Sorare. If you're just tuning in, we've just come back, basically, from a little bit of a breather. We've been going for 3 hours, and we spent a hell of a lot of time trying to research and plan and scout what is the best team that I could possibly put out for Cap 240 Rare. The reason we do that is because at the moment, as a lot of you guys have noticed, it's been incredibly difficult to win in limited competitions. So what we're going to do is we're not going to spend as much time on limited. We are going to put more time into the one limited competition that I think is worth it more, which is now the reward box. But most of our time needs to be focused on rare, because that's where the better returns are for us right now. And Cap 240 Rare is the main thing that I want to be doing well in every single game week. So what we've kind of come to is that this is our Cap 240 team for the weekend at the moment. I went out and I bought Nasa Chadley live on the stream for £6 because I think that he's quite a nice option for us this weekend. And he can also help us over the coming weeks and the coming month, actually. And he can eventually then transition to be a Cap 220 player for us. So he's kind of filling in for now, but we do actually have better options in Cap 240. So yeah, I like this team. I think it's good. Let's keep going. We need to do, as the next priority team, All-Star Rare. Now, ordinarily, Cap 220 Rare would be our second priority team, but it can't be at the moment because there's no weekly rewards in there. So we're just simply not prioritizing this at all. It is the third priority rare team. So number one, the main thing that we want to do well in is Cap 240 Rare. The second thing we want to do well in rare is All-Star, then Cap 220 Rare, and then last but not least is Cap 270 Rare. And the reason why Cap 270 Rare is below Cap 220 Rare in the order of priority, right, and importance is that in Cap 270 Rare, we don't have enough starting goalkeepers. If we had a third starting goalkeeper, then we would probably prioritize Cap 270 Rare over Cap 220 with the Super Cap happening in Cap 220. But because we don't, it needs to be a throwaway team where we're just trying to scrape as many rare coins as we can. And then Cap 220 Rare is the third priority team. Hey, it's great to see your thought process while scouting. We'll keep watching your streams. Thank you so much, Paolo Hora. Welcome into the chat, man. He's tuning in from YouTube, so massively appreciate it. Everyone that's tuning in from YouTube, because we have, over the last week and a half, started to stream on YouTube now, and we will continue to do so that you guys who can't jump on Twitch, or maybe you just don't like jumping on Twitch, or you don't have an account or whatever, you can just jump on easily on YouTube. So far, my two forwards, Saicedo and Yosu, got me 72 and 83 in All-Star and Cap 240. Lovely, man. Right. So, we need to do All-Star Rare next. And this one should be a little bit easier and clearer to do. Okay? Let's just reset it. We've only got another starting goalkeeper, which is Hervey Kofi. So Ali Varul, we've worked out, is our best option and our best chance to hit threshold this weekend, which is why he's in Cap 240. We've only got one other starting goalkeeper, so Hervey Kofi needs to come in here. Then we've got Eric Bokat. We're using Smolcic in Cap 240. And then we've got Richie, Sandy Walsh, Samba Camera, Luka Hugebar. Eric Bokat is by far one of our best defenders here. So Smolcic and Bokat are basically our two best defending players. So because we couldn't use Bokat in Cap 240 because his L15 was just a little bit too high, we can definitely use him in All-Star where there's no restriction on caps or anything like that. So we're going to use Bokat. He's got a good fixture as well. And then in midfield, we want to play Salahi, but the problem is that Salahi's in a bit of a contractual dispute, as in he doesn't want to extend his contract. And Rijeka, because he doesn't want to extend his contract, Rijeka have basically said, well, what's the point in us playing somebody that's not going to be here? Would much rather play a youngster that's going to be here and that we can develop. So there's been a bit of a falling out there. And you'll see now that Salahi's no longer making the projections, which is a big blow for us because he's actually a good player, and he will get a move somewhere, so I'm going to hold on to him. But for now, we can't actually use him in any of our lineups because he's just simply not going to play. He's not even going to make the subs bench. He's literally being excluded entirely. So, yeah, we have to hope in January he maybe gets a move or something. But what we will do is we will play instead Zapar. Now, we can play Kadri and Zapar, which I think we might do because both of these guys are quality. And if I don't play Kadri and Zapar, I then have to play one in Cap 220. And Cap 220, and again, I mentioned it on our deep dive stream yesterday. I really hate that I am saying this, but I always have to say it at the moment. Cap 220, we really don't care about. With the prize pool in Cap 220 not being significantly better than it is for a weekly competition in Cap 220, it makes no sense to be putting in your best players for Cap 220 to potentially win something really underwhelming where you could win that type of reward on a weekly basis in another competition. So I kind of don't want to waste a Kadri or a Zapar in Cap 220. I don't mind throwing like a Billy Mitchell in Cap 220 because Billy Mitchell has a low L15 and he probably won't start anyway. So then if he doesn't start, it doesn't even matter because it's Cap 220. There's no weekly rewards in there. So what I'm thinking at the moment is that we would play Zapar. As a forward here, we would play Anti-Airseg, who is going up against our Indrit Tucci, but Indrit Tucci's in Cap 240. So we have no conflict of interest here. And to be honest with you, we could play two forwards who are playing in the same team, in the same game, but on opposite teams, because if Airseg scores 3 goals against Tucci's Lokomotiva Zagreb, it doesn't affect his scoring. A forward does not get points deducted from another forward scoring a goal, right? They don't get points deducted from goals conceded, essentially. So what we're going to do, we're going to put Airseg in here. Thomas Henry has a difficult game. I don't trust Henry to score, even though he's been in good form. João Figueiredo, we could play if we wanted to, but if you think about it, Anti-Airseg has an L15 of 50. If we don't play him here, then we have to play him in Cap 220, which is already too high an L15 of 50, where we've got loads of other options which are lower. Or we have to play Anti-Airsig in Cap 270, where there is no starting goalkeeper, which basically means that we're wasting a really good player in a throwaway DMP team. We don't want to do that, so Anti-Airsig will come in here. And then as the extra, we will then just put Kadri in here. Now, to be honest with you, Kadri has a horrible game, and Kadri's probably not going to score that good, but it also doesn't really matter because we're actually thinking that Zapar might not score that good. Airseg has the chance to score, but he might also not score. It's a difficult game, so he could bomb too. And then Kofi. Who let the dogs out? Thank you so much, Sellers, man, for jumping in. Sellers has brought a party of rabid dogs with him. No, thank you. Thank you for bringing the party. Welcome, everyone who's come over from Sellers' channel, including Raul. He loves to say, hello, face man. Hello to you, man. How's it going? What did you guys get up to on your stream? The guys that were on Sellers' stream, what did you guys get up to? Because we're doing our lineup building for the weekend. And I'm giving a lot of explanation around the thought process as to how I line up build, which I think everyone's appreciating. Talking about Akanji for 2 hours. Eh? What were you talking about Akanji? Was it like a general debate that is Akanji good or is Akanji going to start? Like what how could you talk about Akanji for 2 hours? Oh my God. Who is better, Akanji or Diaz fit? Wow. Okay. Let's put, I don't know whether we're going to talk about that for 2 hours, but why don't we continue that debate here so that my guys in the chat can also get involved in it. You know what we'll do? You know what we'll do? We'll settle it. We'll settle it. We're going to do a poll because we haven't done a poll yet at all. Let's do a poll. All right. So we're gonna continue the debate that Sellers had in his channel, which was who is better, who is better when fit, right? And the options are Akanji, Akanji, or Diaz, right? And I'm actually gonna disallow. I'm not gonna enable additional votes here. So everybody literally just gets one vote. You can't use your free Tit Scout Fund coupons to settle this one. I want to try and just get like an actual proper, like very accurate, untampered with vote. So you guys are going to have a minute to vote. It's a little bit of fun. Do get involved if you can. If you're over on YouTube, you won't be able to vote in this. You'll have to jump over onto Twitch and then jump into the channel to get involved in the vote. It'd be interesting to see. I know who I would pick, and I also have an idea of who I think is better, but I want to see what everyone thinks. So here we go. Some people who shall remain unnamed said that Akanji is better than Diaz. Okay, cool. And Sellers, was that one of you? Were you one of them, Sellers? Let's see what the poll says here, because this is why we like doing the polls here. It can usually settle an argument, or it's actually just quite good to see where everyone sits, right? So who is better when fit? Akanji or Diaz, right? The two Man City defenders. Akanji or Diaz? I'm looking at the poll right now, and it looks like it's going to be a landslide here. It's not even, it's not even close at the moment. There could be a late flurry for Akanji. At the moment, it's very one-sided. Well, I can tell these guys don't watch football. Okay, I thought this might bring up something surprising, but all good. No, yeah, it didn't, has it? So we have our result. Who is better when fit? That was the question. The options were Diaz or Akanji, the two Man City defenders, and it wasn't even close. It was a landslide victory for Diaz, who gets 88% of the votes, and Akanji only gets 12%. I think this one, I can't believe you guys were talking about this for 2 hours. We've just solved in 2 minutes what you guys couldn't do in 2 hours. And I agree with it. If I had a vote, I would have also voted for Diaz, because come on, Diaz is way better than Akanji. Everybody who watches football knows that, right? Everybody knows that. Apart from 2 people here in the chat. I'm guessing one of them is Sellers, no? Did you vote, Sellers, for Akanji? I don't know who votes, so I don't know who were the 2 that voted for Akanji. Who was the 2 that voted for Akanji? Come on, own up. Own up. Who was the 2 that voted for Akanji? Diaz out of form, but would still go Diaz. Form will be back. Yeah, form is temporary, right? And class is permanent. And Diaz is, what's this here? You lot are dreaming. Akanji is a Rolls Royce. Oh, I don't know about that. Don't know about that. Neighbor and Sellers both voted today for Akanji, says Raoul. They're not owning up, are they? They're not owning up. Maybe a broken down Rolls Royce. Oh my God. I would vote for Diaz all day. I don't even think that is that's a debate. Even though I love Akanji, I think both are really cool, but come on. Like what's the best comparison that I could make here between Akanji and Diaz? I'm trying to think of like a comparison that might make sense, as in like what would it be? I don't know. I can't think of one. I was going to do like a food related comparison to put that in perspective. I don't think I can really think of one. Yeah, maybe I can. Maybe I can think of one. I don't know whether it's going to do any I don't know whether it's going to confuse more, or whether it's going to Okay, here's what I'm going to do. We'll put it out in the chat. So for me, I'm going to do a pizza comparison here between the 2 players. For me, because I love pizza. For me, a kanji is like a pepperoni pizza, right? A kanji is a pepperoni pizza. I love a pepperoni pizza. I absolutely love it. I think it's great. I think most people love a pepperoni pizza. It's brilliant. You know what you're getting, and it usually does the job, right? No matter where you get it from. Diaz, for me, is like the meat feast pizza, where you kind of get what you get on a pepperoni pizza, which is the pepperonis, but then you also kind of get extra stuff, and it's just way better. It's like heaven. And if you like pepperoni, then the meat feast is just significantly better all day of the year. Meat feast beats pepperoni. So it's a bit of a weird comparison. Akanji's pepperoni and Diaz's meat feast. There you go. That's the comparison. Diaz's pepperoni and Akanji's piss. Akanji's the crappy garlic bread that you get with a takeaway, or not the crappy, because garlic bread is usually pretty good. Akanji's like the crappy sauce that they give you. No, Akanji's pepperoni. Buy Sellers and Arthur some common sense, please. No, I wouldn't go that far. I was tempted, actually, Apple 22. I was tempted to say, who's the pineapple pizza? But I hate pineapple pizza, as most good people out there do. So I'm sure we've got a few in here that love pineapple pizza. I don't know if you're going to own up to it, but if you do, you've gone down in my estimations, because there's no need for pineapple pizza. But no way. I was thinking about saying that someone's pineapple and then the other one's pepperoni, but I was like, well, pineapple's shocking. If we were going to say someone's pineapple pizza and someone's meat feast pizza, we'd probably say that Maguire's pineapple, and we'd say that we'd probably say then in comparison that a kanji is the meat feast pizza in comparison. Loic is better than both. Of course, Jordan's going to say that. The Play Sharper Luton expert, the number one Luton fan out there. And I love it that Jordan's always flying the Luton flag. I really do. So there you go. If you were trying to work out, or if you ever get into a debate in the pub with your friends, or just at a stadium with another football fan, and they're saying, who's better, Akanji or Diaz? All you need to say to them is that Akanji is pepperoni and Diaz is meat feast. And they'll know exactly. They'll nod their head and they'll be like, that's smart. I get it now. I get it. The penny will drop for them. The penny will drop. Pepperoni versus meat feast. Right. We're going to captain Bocat in this one to give ourselves the best chance, I think, of getting a reward in All-Star Rare, which, to be honest, I don't think we're going to be able to do because we have some issues with Zapa, Kadri, and Kofi, but it's the best of what we can do. So we're going to do it. We're going to do it. I'm boring. I only eat margarita. Akanji is more reliable, like my boring pizza. Sellers, stop trying to justify. Stop trying to find a way to justify your bad decision, your bad pick of Akanji. Next, we'll be saying that Akanji is a cheeseless pizza. It's just the tomato puree on the base. That's really reliable. I know Diaz from Benfica. He has flaws and is a tough guy, but style of play would prefer Akanji. If you talk about both peak from defending, Diaz is better. Neighbor gets it. Neighbor gets it. Right. We've done our all-star rare team. We've done our all-star rare team. I don't think this is hitting a card reward, but I actually like the team. And so you never know. Usually the team that you write off is then the team that goes and hits a score for you, a card reward. This is as good a second team as we can put out. And I like it. I think we've got an okay chance to do well there. Cap 220 is our third priority team. Cap 220, we need to take everybody out here. We need to also think about who our goalkeeper is going to be, which I think is going to be Mark Martinez here, actually. Because we don't have many limited goalkeepers that are playing this this weekend. £200 difference, I take Akanji. Yeah, that I agree with. For £200 difference, I take Akanji too, to be fair. Um, it's Mark Martinez, isn't it? We need to save Castamaya for the reward box special 270. We're not playing Mark Martinez in there for the reward box special. And Akanji is my cup of coffee, and Diaz is just the mug. Oh my god. What are you on about there, Arthur? I thought we just settled the debate there. I think you might have just been opening the debate back up. Pepperoni. What's going on here? I didn't realize that Mash Kick had such a good L5, which is why I was like, ooh, it's got really good scoring recently. Yeah, I think we can all agree that Meat Feast beats Pepperoni every single day of the week, and we know who the Meat Feast is, and we know who the Pepperoni is. Mark Martinez is going to be our goalkeeper here with an L15 of 43. We need to figure out who our forward is going to be. Okay. Probably Figueiredo. Yeah, I think it is going to be Figueiredo here. Put Figueiredo in. Figueiredo for 46 there. And then as a midfielder option, I think we need to put Billy Mitchell in. We do. It's not great, but I'm actually kind of happy that we have another option. Even if he's a sub player, it's fine. So Billy Mitchell goes in there. And then I really don't like that fixture for Richie. But I think we also need to do it because we don't really have any alternatives here. So we need to put Richie in there with the home game against Anderlecht, which is kind of horrible. And then we need to put who do we need to put in now? We're running out of options now. We could put Samba Camera. It doesn't really kind of almost make sense to put Samba Camera in, who's going up against a forward that could score against him. But the alternative is to play Sandy Walsh away to USG, which is horrible. Victor Edvardsen, but at the moment, it kind of looks like he's lost his place a little bit. If he's going to be in the starting lineup, then we will pick him, but I don't know. He's at 60%. He's got an okay fixture. Are the rewards in Cap 220 rare good? Not really, no. They're okay. They're nothing special that would make you feel like it was worthwhile to go hard in it for a month. I can show you it as well, actually. So you mean the rewards in Cap 220 rare? I can show you it. Go. Look, that's the prize pool. Like that is the prize pool for the month long. And this is why I've been so pissed off with this month long, because the idea of the month long is great. You know, people want to be able to play something over a longer period of time because maybe, you know, if you have one bad game week, then it ruins your chance to get something, right? So if you have like 8 opportunities to post 4 good scores, then it's actually quite cool. But if you're going to do this type of thing, this cannot be the prize pool for the month long. It's exactly the same prize pool, pretty much as what you would expect from the weekly. Apart from there's just a few more stars in there. Just rubbish, really. And this is why I've been talking a lot recently about how this just can't continue. That if you're going to do month long, it needs to be well worth people's time and investment, and this just isn't. You shouldn't even technically have tier 5s in here, to be honest with you. Tier 5s are tier 5 rares are kind of useful in a way because they're not worth 40p. They're usually worth around a tenner, but with the prices being so low, you could also come away with a rare card worth £6 that might not be very useful at all. So when Sorare do this again in January, it can't be like this. It has to be really special. Maybe they decide to throw in some reward boxes in there. They did actually say that they're going to be announcing the prize pool, right? I think for the new month long this week or in a week's time. I think they said in the update from the other day. So yeah, it's going to be quite interesting to see what they do. But this is nothing special, and this is why I don't take this competition very seriously, and I'm not too bothered about it. Which should not be the attitude, but you need to get people, your users, interested in it and excited for it. And to do that, you need to make sure that the prize pool is exciting. And if you throw in a trash prize pool, then you're going to get kind of trash teams being entered in and just not enough people really buying into what you're doing. And that's kind of what's happened with me, is that I wanted really badly to do well in Cap 220. But then when I saw the prize pool, I was like, well, we can win that 8 times in another competition. Just as an example, just so you understand my point here, we go into Cap 220 Rare. Keep in mind that you are competing in this for 8 game weeks, right? For 8 game weeks to win potentially that prize pool, right? But then when you look at it here, right, you're not winning anything on a weekly basis there. So you get one opportunity effectively to win that. You get 8, but essentially you win something once, right? And then when you look at, for example, the Cap 240 Rare, right? The Cap 240 Rare, where you have a chance every week to win something. How can the Cap 240 Rare offer super rares, right? Offer super rares in here on a weekly basis and stars in here and basically the same prize pool on a weekly bog standard competition, but then your month long rare, look, it's worse. It's like, what the hell? Like, what the hell? And this is my big this is the why I've made a big issue about this, because this can't be your prize pool to reward people for playing a competition for longer and having to do more. If they have to do more and if they have to play something for longer with one chance, one opportunity to get like a reward from it, you have to make sure that it's worthwhile, right? How can there be super rares in the Cap 240 weekly, but then you don't offer super rares in the Cap 220 month long, right? Or you don't offer, maybe not super rares because you're having to play with, you can play with a limited in here, but there needs to be something other than just a star rare in here, right? There needs to be a higher minimum as well. So when you compare the two prize pools here, do I go hard in Cap 220 Rare to potentially win something here? Or do I just go harder in Cap 240 Rare, where I can have a chance every week for the next 8 game weeks or whatever it was to win it? You go in this, don't you? It's easy. Thanks, sellers, man. Did you move up to rare because of all the useless limiteds you were accumulating? Well, I moved back into rare. When I started playing Sorare, there were no limited cards, right? So I started in rare, and then rare. What I found in rare is that you spent a lot of money on players that actually didn't help you to get a good return. Okay, so for example, I had a team that I put together in rare, which was a super team. Like, it was a brilliant team. It cost me £3,000, give or take, £3,000 to put that team together. And all I could win realistically with that team was Threshold. And Threshold at the time was you had to hit 250 points, and then you could get $50, right? But when I was trying to compete for card rewards with that team, even if I did win a card award, it was like once in a blue moon, because I won a few, and then it might have been a card reward that was worth like 60, 70 pounds, right? Which was kind of, compared to today, it was pretty good. If we're comparing like a bottom end card award, today that's worth about £6 or £7. Back then it was like 60, 70 pounds, right? But think about it. You're winning a card award worth 60, 70 pounds, but you've spent £3,000 on a team, and you don't win that card award all the time. So all you're winning is the $50. And I was like, well, spending $3,000 to just win $50 is not sensible at all. It's not smart. And so I started to think, okay, I like rare, but I can't justify the investment, the cost of the investment versus the potential returns that I'm getting from it around the cards that I was competing for. And the threshold was great, but it wasn't good enough for me to say that was worth me spending £3,000 to get $50 each week, right? And I wasn't even hitting the threshold each week, funny enough, to be honest, even at 250. But so I moved out of rare, and then I decided that I wanted to check out limited for a little bit. And then basically, yeah, to move back into rare, I moved back into rare because I just don't see the long-term value of limited anymore. And you're right, as you said there, what's the point at the moment in limited? Now I'm talking quite candidly because we know that they've just released an update that is going to try and hopefully fix the value in limited by making it more worthwhile to win limited cards and to build limited teams, right? But for me personally, having put quite a bit into limited because I thought it was quite fun, and I thought it would be cool to kind of have loads of different lineups, and it has been. It just doesn't make sense financially anymore for me to spend any more in limited when I could spend £50, for example, or £100 on a team, and then that team will probably struggle to hit card rewards high enough and regularly enough to justify spending that much money, right? And then even when I do spend £100 on that team, in 3 months' time, that team is probably going to be worth £10 or £20, right? So it just seems like a black hole of money where you can just throw your money away. And I'm hoping it will change with the reward boxes that they propose. And it's not fun. It's not fun when you go through the process of building a team, scouting players, right? And you think you've done well. And I know what I'm doing. That's the thing. I know what I'm doing when I'm scouting. And yet you're then putting these teams out and then just not winning anything. And that's obviously the big reason why Sorare decided to do the reward boxes, because there are managers, myself included, that were thinking, I don't, in a way, I can kind of swallow the fact that, like, I'm not going to get that money back on the players that I've invested in, but that's fine. I'll keep hold of them now, and then I'll just use them as much as I can. But basically, not being able to win anything when I should be able to win stuff with the players that I've bought, the players that I've scouted, and I just can't. And it's not because I don't know what I'm doing and I'm a crap manager. It's just because there's not enough. The points are so high, and there's not enough other rewards that you can win that are worthwhile outside of the card rewards, that you start to then think, this isn't worth the time. Yeah, this isn't worth, as I mentioned yesterday, the juice isn't worth the squeeze, right? But that's all hopefully going to change with the reward boxes. So I'm not going to be investing anymore in limited still. I'm going to keep the limited cards I've got. But yeah, to answer your question, it was a combination of the volatility of the limited cards where they just can't maintain their prices at all. You buy a player for £10 and then a week later they're £5, and then a week after that at £2.50. And it's so difficult to sell cards that when that happens, you're then locked into that player forever, effectively, unless you then think, okay, I'm going to sell at a ridiculous loss, like a £9 loss for that player, just because I want to try and mix up the team. And then if you times that loss by, say, 100 other limited cards you've got, you're literally throwing money away, but then you're not even recouping the money because you're then struggling to even win cards in the first place. And then when you do win them, they're only worth like 60p or 40p or a couple of quid, right? So
Welcome
that was
to the real
one of the big reasons why I decided that I'd had enough with limited. Yeah, there's just too much not being fixed in there. But I will say again that Sorare, from the update that they released this week, has definitely shown me that there's a positive sign that limited can get back to being quite a cool scarcity to compete in again, and that it won't be as frustrating a card to own and to play with as it has been for far too long. And I mean far too long, as in like a year and a half, well, a year and a half minimum. It's been a very frustrating and an increasingly frustrating scarcity to enjoy and to invest in. Thank you also to Gay Raven or Go Ahead. Is that Go Ahead Eagles? Raven? Thank you for the follow, man. Right, Cap 220. Let's finish off our Cap 220 here. So what we need to do here is we need to put in either Thomas Henry, Victor Edvardson, or Samba Camara. Now, Samba Camara is starting. It's not great because we'll be picking him alongside a player that's going to be playing against him. But again, as I just showed you guys, the price pool in this is so trash that I almost just don't even care if this team doesn't do that good. We're really not missing out. And in the future, I hope that I don't have to say that when Sorare roll out the reward boxes and they fix the rewards format permanently across all the competitions, and especially for the month-long, where the month-long is just not this, and actually the month-long prize pool, when I look at it for the next time they do it, I'm looking at it and I'm like, oh my God, we need to like be throwing in as many of our best players as we can into this one, because even though we don't win rewards every week, it's going to be worth it if we can actually just win a reward from this competition at the end of the month. At the moment, nobody in their right mind can tell me that it is worth playing this and putting your best players in to potentially win a tier 5 at the end of 8 game weeks of playing. So yeah, that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. We're going to throw Samba Camara in here because unfortunately it doesn't really matter. And then we're going to give the... we will actually give the captaincy to João Figueiredo as well. Hello to the Red Husky. How you doing, man? Right, confirm. We could also captain if we wanted to. We could captain Richie. The only problem is that Richie's got like a low bonus. He's only got 3%. And he's got a really difficult game. And it's a game where he could score amazing, but I actually don't think he will. I think that Anderlecht will score against them, which means he doesn't get a 10-point clean sheet bonus. And then he would need to then produce an absolute masterclass performance to get an AA of like 20, 30, which he doesn't do very often anymore. So I think I would just take the gamble that João Figueiredo could maybe get involved in a goal. And then by giving him the captaincy, it will then offset the points that we would lose from Samba Camara. Because, for example, if João Figueiredo either scores or creates a decisive assist against Camara, then Camara's not going to get the 10-point clean sheet bonus. He's then also going to get 4 points from a goal conceded, which means that if we don't captain Figueiredo and he is the one to do that, then we're not even reducing that damage, right? Because if Figueiredo scores or gets a decisive, we captain him, then we're boosting the amount of big points we can get from him. If we don't captain him, then we're not doing anything to counteract that. Now that's just theory. That's just if he scores, right? He might not score against Camara, and he might not even get a decisive. But I think that the thinking here is that if he did do that, then we need to have him as the captain to counteract the negative points that is then going to be taken away from Samba Camara. So go ahead, Eagles. It's part of my name. I'm Italian. Oh, cool, man. So we'll just refer to you as Raven, though. Thank you for jumping into the stream. I'm good. How's everyone doing today? Very good, the Red Husky. We're just in the process of putting our lineups together for the weekend. We've nearly done rare now. We've got to do Cap 270, which is a throwaway team. And then once we've done that, we've done all our rare teams, and then we need to go over to limited. So plenty more for us still to do. Cap 270, what we're going to do here, probably we're going to have all of those players in there, the ones that have a game. So let's look at the players that have a game. Right, so we need to put Sandy Walsh in here. And then we need to put Robin Mollon in here. I'd like to put Linda Zalahi, but as I mentioned, he's no longer part of the squad. he's not going to play. Robin Malone, I think, is actually injured, but he's our only other option that is not that potentially could get on the pitch here. So we'll put Malone in. And this is, of course, a throwaway team, so it doesn't even matter if this team completely bombs here. And then what we'll do is we'll load up with Thomas Henry, and then we'll put Victor Edvardsen up here as well. Our two other players that should help us by giving us some points on the pitch here to hopefully give us a score of around 100. And then if we can get 100 points here, it might even be more than 100, actually. Let's give the captaincy to... not to Sandy Walsh. Let's give it to Thomas Henry here. Forsberg to New York. Red Bulls confirmed, says Romano on Twitter. Deal until 2026 with option to 2027. Lovely. I'm a new manager. I'm still playing semi-pros and 240. What do you think about older cards? Are they worth it, or should I go with the current season ones? Older season cards are worth it, yeah. They are. The most important thing, and this is actually something which Sorare have done very well to almost make the users forget about, is that collection bonus is fine, new season bonus is fine, right? The most important thing on Sorare is picking the right players. And if you can get a player that maybe there's no new season cards for him, there's only old season cards, but it's a player that completely fits with your gallery, with the team that you're looking to put him in, you can get him for a good price and you think that it's very good value for his scoring, then pick up his old season card. Because then what you can do is you can just start playing him, and then you can build up the bonus on him, the XP. And then even if he doesn't have, like, say, 10%, even a couple of percent on a good player that scores well is better than having kind of average underscoring player that then has like a new season bonus on there. So the right player is always the right strategy. If you can get a player in the new season, then always try and do it, because then you're naturally going to get the new season bonus of 5% as a starter. And then it means that you're going to just get a bigger boost to your scoring. But it's absolutely not essential. It is kind of essential if you are keen to build a collection. There's no point building a collection of a team of, say, Aston Villa, where you have some new season cards and you have some old season cards of Aston Villa. Not that there would be any, because the Premier League only came to the game properly, officially, this year. So you wouldn't be able to find old Aston Villa, official Aston Villa cards, but you'll probably be able to find a few players that have cards in their game from previous teams, right? So you don't want to do it that way, but it's absolutely not essential if you're a new manager. And to just put that point to you here, if you look at my Cap 240 team, you can see my Cap 240 team here. We've only got 2 new season cards, right? We've got 3 old season cards, and it really doesn't matter. You just need to have the right players that can give you the right level of scoring. And then if you have that, everything just falls into place here. And we've got look here. We've look at All-Star as well. All-Star, we've only got 2 new season cards, and then the others are old. It doesn't matter too much if you are not doing collections. Right, have we done our Cap 270? Yeah, we did. This is our Cap 270 team. Okay, let's do under 23. So guys, this is your team. You guys need to tell me who you want in this team. We cannot play Christoph Lang. We cannot play Lang because he doesn't have a game. So we need to play Kilian Corridor. And then at the moment we have Majkic because we can't play Sander Tangvik because his season is now ended. So guys, do you want us to go hard on the Rijeka players here, or do we need to play Kosunu? What do you guys want us to do here this weekend? This is an under 23 team that you guys as a community picked. So we put I put like £100 into the game, and I said that you guys pick it each week. So it's like your under 23 team. And then if it actually ends up hitting a reward, we give that reward away as a giveaway. So you guys tell me, What do you want for your community under 23 team this weekend? No, Rijeka. I wouldn't be that sure about that Henry captain against Fiorentina. We don't care. Yeah, I mean, that's the point I'm making, is that you're right that probably Henry isn't going to do that well, but it doesn't matter. And the reason it doesn't matter is because this team's not going to hit a card reward. So we're not competing for card rewards here. This team's not going to do anything. So it doesn't matter who we put the captaincy on. We could put it on Sandy Walsh. We could put it on Victor Edvardsen. It's not going to make any difference at all. We'll just put it on Thomas Henry because he's in good form at the moment. He's in better form than Sandy Walsh and Victor Edvardsen. So in that case, you kind of got to go for a form player. But it doesn't matter because, as I say, this is not going to win anything. We have a DNP goalkeeper. So all we're really trying to do here is effectively just try and hit like 130 points to give us 100 Sorare coins. We might not even be able to do that. So it doesn't matter. But thank you, though. I get your thinking about the best interests of my team. My Frankfurt boys will not be easy. You mean play Rijeka? Okay. So, guys, what do you think? Are we playing Rijeka here? I don't think we do a poll here. I just want to ask you guys very quickly, is anybody in the chat thinking that we need to play Kosnu at home against Frankfurt? We should, I think we should play Jankovic, and I think we should play Fruk. We can't not play Mashkick and Corridor. We have to play those two. So is anybody against this? If not, if I don't hear anything, we're going to commit to it. But I always want to ask you guys because this is your team. So, yeah, I want you guys to win something from it. In fact, what we will do, if there's no objections here at all to us putting Smolcic in here, we will do a poll about who needs to be the captain, because we always do that poll. Who's our under-23 captain this game week? So remember, guys, that this is your under-23 team. So you need to pick here who you want us to captain. And then if this team hits a card reward or any type of rewards this weekend, we give the rewards away to you guys, right? So Mashkick, Smolcic, Jankovic, Fruk, and then Corridor. Okay. You guys have 1 minute to vote, so the voting starts now. I'm going to do it now. We're doing the poll now. I'm not doing it on the. I could do it on the deadline day stream. I'm doing it now. We always do it on Thursday. So this is your chance on the Thursday streams to decide what we do for our under-23 team. And then if it all goes to pot that on tomorrow's deadline day stream, we work out that, half the players are missing and they're going to DMP, then we can do another poll, but we're going to do a poll now. So do vote. If you haven't voted, this is your chance. At the moment, there's only 3 votes here. Guys, don't make me beg for the votes. Please don't. Please don't make me beg for the votes here. This is literally your team. If it's a tie, then we'll have to... It's not a tie. Okay, so only 8 votes there. So do get involved when we do these votes, guys, especially for community-built teams, because if this team could have hit a card reward if we'd have captained somebody else, and the only reason we didn't captain them was because we didn't get any votes, then it's literally we're missing an opportunity to give you guys rewards, right? To give you guys cards. So this is why everybody should be getting involved in this here. We want to try and make this team as successful as possible, because I'm not keeping the card rewards. I'm not keeping them. I want this team to win for you so that we can give them away to you guys, right? So the more you get involved and help this team do well, then the more rewards that we can give you. It's as simple as that, basically. So you guys have voted for Smolcic. So we're going to have Smolcic as the captain. He's going to be the captain for under-23 this weekend. Yeah, I know. I know. It just disappoints me. I know that I get it. There's going to be some guys that lurk here, right? But when I actually kind of say on the stream, this is your community under 23 team, and this is the chance for you guys as a community, it should be a fun thing that everyone wants to get involved in and decide how it does. And you have contributed towards it doing really well. And if it does, then it just means that the community benefits from it. Shouldn't really be having to say, guys, we need some more votes, right? It should be the thing that everyone wants to get involved in. And we've had some good scores from this team, so we're not too far away. So yeah, just keep in mind, guys, because obviously, if this is a team that nobody's interested in anymore, then I'll literally just sell it, you know. But I kind of want to have an under 23 team for you, right? But if there's not enough interest in it anymore, I'll just sell it and then I can use that money for something else, right? But I thought it'd be a cool way to have a community team that everyone can follow as a community and get involved in every week. But if there isn't the interest, I said before, if there isn't the interest, I've got no issue selling it up and then just using the money for my own teams. But just keep that in mind, right? Because we have noticed in the past few game weeks that we're struggling to get the interest or the votes for this, and I don't really understand it because it's something that we're trying to do for everyone. So yeah, rant over, but yeah, just please try and get involved going forward if you want to have a chance of winning. And I mentioned before that we can do a rebuild on this as well after Christmas, right? So maybe if you guys think, oh, okay, like you want to have a different under 23 team, that's fine. But we can't do a rebuild if at the moment this team's not even getting any interest whatsoever, you know. So yeah, we need the interest, and then if you guys all say and there's enough interest in it and enough people get involved in it, I'm happy to then say let's do the rebuild. But we're not going to rebuild an under 23 team where nobody's really voting for it or getting involved, you know, following it, right? So yeah, cool. Right, let's move it on. Hello to Pap Escobar official. I would play Burkhardt instead of Corridor. Yeah, well, we can't do that, unfortunately. I think you're right. But the way it works is that we bought a set amount of players for the under 23 team. And so it was Corridor and Christoph Lang that we have. So we have to play Corridor. Like Burkhardt is not part of the under 23 build. Even though I have him, he's not part of it. Yeah. Well, I'm very happy if we get more interest in this team here. I'm very happy for us to rebuild in the new year, and then we can maybe look at bringing in like a Burkhardt or a different forward. But as I mentioned, we're not even going to do a rebuild at the moment if it just doesn't look like there's not enough interest in the community team, right? The team that is trying to win rewards for everybody. So, anyways, let's keep going. Second div, we can't do anything in it because we don't have enough goalkeepers. The Premier League specialist, this is like a complete throwaway team that's not going to do anything for us because we don't have enough Premier League players here. And the Premier League players that we do have, we're going to be prioritizing in the Premier League specialist, the winter. The Premier League winter team, if we go into it here, Tony Frick is the better captain. I agree. Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think Tony Frick is the better captain here. But you know why we're not going to captain him is because we didn't get enough votes of people voting for the captaincy, right? So yeah, I think I agree with you. I think Frick was the better option there. But maybe next time we can do it. We get more votes, and then we can kind of get the captain that everyone wants, right? So Kaminsky, I don't really like Amari Bell here. I think we have to. Because I need to look at Jordan's predictions here. Nakamba is suspended. Yeah, we have to take him out. We have to do a little bit of work with this one. Let's go into the Luton Town team. Thank you for that, Jordan. So at the moment, Jordan is projecting this type of team. What's the deal with Carlton Morris, Jordan? Is he just being dropped to the bench because he has just suffered a little bit of a downturn in form? So they're thinking just to try and give Adebayo a bit more of a run. And he's been doing good, hasn't he, Adebayo, since he's come in. But obviously Carlton Morris was their main man. Is it just a rest and just a drop due to form? Or is there something else going on there? Yeah. Do you see Carlton Morris getting back in the team anytime soon? Because I think at the moment with Adebayo doing so well, I think I can't see it personally. It is a little bit of a shame for Carlton Morris because he had a really good start to the season. Potentially. Is it also tactically as well? Because the manager obviously dropped Carlton Morris, Ogben. I think it was for the game against Arsenal, right? So is it also tactically? Is he thinking that Adebayo is just a better player, maybe defensively with some of the pressing and some of the work he does? I don't know. When I see Carlton Morris, it looks like he works quite hard off the ball, and he looks like he presses quite well. He's quite a physical presence as well. So when you get the ball up to him, he can hold it up, then allow people to catch up for the rest of the play. If we go to a three in the mid with two up top, Morris probably comes back. Ogbeni, my Irish goat, what a player. He's so good, yeah. It's such a shame at the moment. There's no Ogbeni here. So you're not even expecting Ogben to play. And is that because of a knock or something? You've got here questionable as an injured player. Same for Oso. Because previously in your lineups, right, we've seen that Ogben is in there, but he's not in here this time. I'd honestly like to see Ogben play over Jacob Brown. I think Ogben's a better player personally. But I know that Jacob Brown's been getting the nod a bit more. Ogben has been carrying an injury for weeks, okay? He needs rest. All right, cool. Okay, so thank you, first of all, Jordan, for that, because it's really, really useful, helpful information for me with my Luton Town team. I think what we need to do here, and we don't have many options, do we, is we need to keep Amari Bell in. We need to keep Alfie Doty in. We need to keep Adebayo in. And then we simply need to put Issa Kabor in here. And this is one of the frustrating things about having a Luton Town team is that Ross Barkley doesn't have a card. Jacob Brown doesn't have a card. Townsend doesn't have a card. Lagonga technically has a card, but there's no Luton Town card of him. Which is a little bit annoying. Same for Mengi. Loikia, there's no card for the captain. It's a bit annoying. Yeah, well, do we have Lagonga? I can't even remember if we have Lagonga. Is there a card? Did we pick up his card? We do, yeah, there is. I tell a lie, there is a Luton Town card for him. Technically got Neco Williams here. So I almost don't need to do a full Luton. If Neco Williams is going to play, I might be tempted to put Neco Williams in, you know. Neco Williams hasn't really been playing, but they have Tottenham at home. Neco Williams is probably going to play. I think I'm going to play Neco Williams over another Luton player like Lagonga. This is a horrible fixture technically for Neco Williams, but at the moment, these are kind of almost the only four Luton players that I kind of trust to be playing and doing kind of semi-well, even though Amari Bell's been a bit crap, to be honest with you. We've got Will Hughes too, but I'm not playing Will Hughes against Man City. Lagonga got against City, got 8 AA in about 10 minutes. I don't trust it, man. Yeah, I don't trust it. I mean, I want to trust it, but it's just such a D&P roulette at the moment with Luton. It's really frustrating me. I know that Amari Bell is going to play. Doughty's going to play. And at the moment, Adebayor is going to start, right? Because he's in really good form. And we know that Kaminsky is. I don't trust the other Luton Town players I've got. I don't trust Kabor. I don't trust Chong. To be honest with you, I don't trust Lagonga. And even if I played Lagonga, I don't trust that Lagonga can do that good in the next game. Hanzu, there's just too many players here from this Luton Town collection that you can't really use, you know? That's the problem with it. They don't have much use at the moment. So, yeah, we're going to throw Neko in here. I think it solves a lot of problems for us here. We put Neko in, and then it says that it looks here like he doesn't have a game, but he has. It's Nottingham Forest versus Tottenham. And then we give the captaincy still to Doughty. Yeah. Hey, can I see your limited 240 team if you're using one? We will get to that very soon. And then I wish Google could answer questions like, what is the percentage of lineups in Challenge Europe that had Turkish players last game week? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying that he's not going to play Lagonga. I'm just saying that who do I trust more to give me a decent score? Lagonga or Neko Williams? And for me, I think I trust Neko Williams more because Neko Williams, when he starts, his AA is very good. It's a difficult game, but he'll be very busy, Neko Williams, in that game. Because what he'll have to try and do is he'll have to try and contend with Heung-min Son, right? So he's going to have a lot to do there, which means that actually his AA could be very good. And he has the pace as well that can kind of keep up with Heung-min Son. He's going to need to try and manage his attacking play with the defensive duties he needs to do to protect Nottingham Forest's defence against Heung-min Son. So this is why I feel like Neko Williams is better here. Even if Lagonga is going to play, I think that Neko Williams has a good chance to score really well in his AA. As in, like, he does really good against the big teams, generally speaking, when he starts. So he goes in, and then we keep Doughty as the captain against Bournemouth, like that. Okay. So that's the team that we're going to do for the Premier League Winter Special. And then what we can do for the Premier League Winter Special number 2 is we need to take out Oso. We need to take out a ton of these guys, actually. It's a throwaway team, this one. So what we will do is we will put Issa Kabor here. And then in the midfield, we can then put Lagonga. And then up front, we can put Carlton Morris in there. Or, yeah, we can do Carlton Morris and then we can do Ogben, like that. So at least it's a semi-decent kind of number 2 team, even with a DMP goalkeeper. And then we give the captaincy to... let's give it to Issa Kabor. I want to give it to Ogben, but I don't know whether Ogben's going to start, as we saw from Jordan's prediction. So confirm that one. Continue. Okay. And then our team 3 is completely punty. We shouldn't technically be even entering it. But because we can, we will. So it's going to be loads of injured players here. Look. It's going to be Gabriel Oso here, who's probably not going to play. It's going to be Chong, who's probably going to play at some point, coming off the bench, but not scoring very well. We're going to put Will Hughes in here. Will Hughes can go in there. And then we're going to put Corley Woodrow, who is injured at the moment. So this is completely throwaway. Confirm. All right, cool. Right, the reward box special is a competition that we want to try and prioritize, okay? We need to come back to it. I need to do my Bundesliga specialist first of all. Right, so because we're not going to play Kosunu in under 23, we're probably going to play Kosunu in here. Probably. We don't have to, but I think we might. It's not a bad fixture for him. We've got Jonathan Burkhart, but I think I want to play Jonathan Burkhart in cap 220, We've got him in 270 at the moment, so he needs to come out of there. We've got Benedict Gimba as well, who we could play, but as Gimba starting. But do you play Gimba in an away game against Mainz, or do you play Kosunu in a home game against Frankfurt? I think you play Kosunu. And we have Stogar, like basically the rest of our Bochum players here, which I'm happy with. We could also put Burkhardt in here, but I think I do want to have Burkhardt for Cap 220. Good chance for Leverkusen for a clean sheet. Marmouche is suspended for the game, so Frankfurt's informed striker is missing. I agree. Yeah, I do agree. I don't think Frankfurt are that good away from home anyway, so I think it would already have been difficult for them. But yeah, if they're missing their main striker, then definitely. We have Anthony Young. That is not a card of mine. It's a card that I need to give away. We had a go shopping. I've only just seen that we had a go shopping and also a pick my lineup. So I'm so sorry, guys. I only saw that. I've only just seen the free tip scout fund coupons. Do let me know if you don't see me action them within like 5 minutes or something. Then just spam the chat for a little bit. Like that will get my attention when the chat is spamming. Because I didn't want you guys to be waiting 50 minutes or whatever for me to do a go shopping or a pick my lineup. So Vincier 47, are you still here, man? And Arthur, not Arthur, sorry, Raul. Are Raul and Vincier here in the chat? Did I answer your question, Arthur? What was the question? I don't see a question, man. Do we have Vincier and Pitt and Raul in the chat? I'm guessing we don't because I'm not seeing anything in the chat here from them. So yeah, just let me know, guys, if you redeem a free tip scout fund coupon and like after 10 minutes or something, I haven't even mentioned it or I haven't even started to do it, then most of the time it will be because I haven't had a chance to check out the activity tab because my eyes are glued to either doing lineups or discussing or explaining something on the stream. I can see the chat, but in the chat, it doesn't tell me. Sometimes it does, but sometimes I can miss it. It doesn't easily remind me that we have free tip scout fund coupons available. So I'm guessing that Vincier and Raul aren't here. I would do those free tip scout fund coupons. If they come into the chat, then please let me know. Otherwise, we'll keep it going. So we're going to have Masovic in here, Stogar, and then we're going to have Philip Hoffman. So mainly Bochum at home against Union Berlin, and then Kosnu here. So I don't think that team changes, does it? Cap 270 or Challenger Europe since Turkish league is suspended. Challenger Europe, man. Okay, that team's cool. And then someone asked in the chat about my Cap 240 team. My Cap 240 team technically is not my Cap 240 team, but we need to look at it now, and I need to explain what's going on with it. Let's do that there. Right, Prem Specialist is done. It's a throwaway. The Liga is a throwaway, as in we don't have enough players to put out a serious team for this one. So Jan's in there, and then we've literally got 4 limited cards that are ours that we're using. So there's nothing we can really do here. I mean, we should put Yave Munoz in here. Just because it's a card that I'm going to give away, but we haven't given it away yet. So for now, I'll put him in. Confirm. Okay. Then for our Challenger, right. I don't know what our Challenger Europe team's looking like. We can't do Challenger Europe, can we? We can't do Challenger Europe. Yeah, we don't have a goalkeeper. And our defender, yeah, we can't do this team. This team needs to stop. We need to delete that team. And then we need to put whatever players we were thinking of playing into then Cap 240, Cap 220, and the reward box special. So, right. Cap 240. Okay, so Cap 240, this is another community team that we built as a community. What's this here? Okay, we get a notification that he's been added. Okay, maybe we had that a long time ago. We're only just seeing it now. Cap 240. So, the thing that we have with this team is that at the moment, we are trying to sell Lee Myung-jae and Nicholas Lopez, and we're not getting anywhere. Surprise, surprise, right? So, we have this card up for sale. It hasn't sold. A day ago, somebody bought it on instant buy for £1.41, which is a little bit frustrating because we could have done with that manager buying our card. Why did they buy an instant buy at £1.41? We're being undercut here by Basil Bart. Let's become the cheapest on the market here, right? Let's try and increase our chance of selling the card now. Let's go down to 0.004, which is horrible. It's absolutely horrible that we need to do that. We can't list him at 0.003. Or could we? It shouldn't allow us to do that. It does, right? And it does because we have our cash wallet set up so that we are mainly dealing in fiat, because the fiat value is not lower than the floor price fiat value, then we can do it. Yeah. You can't technically, Majestic, you can't. As in you can't, you should not be able to, there's like a minimum, and the minimum actually is 0.0004, not 0.003, which is why everyone kind of has it 0.004. You can usually accept offers of less than 0.004, but there's like a hard floor price that's coded in that doesn't allow you to sell for 0.003. So the fact that we list it up for 0.003 is actually going to be more when it sells, it's going to be 0.004. So it's just doing that because we have our wallet set up for for the fiat. But the absolute lowest that you can list a card up for is 0.004. So Lee Myung-jae's up there, and then we also need to try and sell Nicholas Lopez here. Right, so Nicholas Lopez here. So we have him at 0.014. Okay, which is not the cheapest anymore, so we need to try and become the cheapest now, I think, to give ourselves a chance of selling him. So we can do this here. Let's sell him for, how much is he selling for? 0.0012. Okay, 0.0012. Okay, £2.14. Ether prices went up lately, so the new low is 0.003. Yeah, if you're going to list it in fiat, then it will. If you're going to be receiving the card in fiat, but 0.003, that's below the fixed amount that the game has coded in. So 0.004 ETH is the lowest coded into the game. Like, because that is the floor price. When they auction, the auctions, the first opening bid, I believe, is 0.003, right? And they don't want you to be able to list the card at the auction price, at the opening auction price. Right, so we have him up for £2.14. So I don't know if we can sell him, but we're gonna try. His price is going down all the time. Yeah. So we need to sell those two players. If we sell those two players, then we can try and find replacements. At the moment, what I'm going to do is not play these players here and just assume that we're not going to be able to sell them. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to put in a team that I think can hit the threshold from the players that I've got myself. So 0.002 is the new starting price for auctions. Really? I didn't know that. That's not a good sign. Yeah, you're right. Look, 0.002 is the minimum. Wow. I didn't know that at all. Wow. Jeez, that's a little bit scary, you know? That doesn't help. That doesn't help car prices at all. The lowest is almost lower now. Wow. I stand corrected, Majestic. Thank you for letting me know, man. Appreciate that. I didn't know that. What are we seeing here? Oh, we saw an offer. We have an offer here. So what's our offer? You received an offer. It is getting worse, isn't it? Why on earth has that been lowered? Oh, fuck off. Is this someone on the stream right now? Like this, of course we wouldn't accept this at all. This is a straight block. If this is someone on the stream right now, then write in the chat. But we've just put the card up for 54p. We're not going to be selling for nothing, basically, dude. Come on, man. Give me a break. Right, so that's blocked. He's blocked. And then what we need to do is we need to figure out who we're going to put in here as a forward. So who can we put in here? We've got Anti-Airseg, Borja Baston. My mate won Van Fleet in NBA, who is 10 euros, and someone made him an offer worth 20 cents. No way. Oh my God. The cheek of some people, honestly. You guys know myself, right? If I've seen a card on the market for, I don't know, like 54p or whatever, I'll try and offer for like 40p, maybe 30p. But when you've got a card for 50p, whatever, it's really nothing 50p. But then I'd much rather give the card away than sell the card for 10p or 17p. Offering me 17p is like an insinuate, what's the word I'm looking for? Insulting offer. It's just insulting. I don't care what the other person's motivations are, if they're doing trading or whatnot. It's just not going to cut it at all. If they want to do trading like that, they need to try and get those types of cards for those prices off the auctions market, in my opinion. What we're doing here, Jonathan Barkart needs to be in 220, and then I think we said we were going to look at, I think we're going to do Anti-Airseg in here. We are. Yeah, you've got the right idea, Majestic. I need to start blocking them more, I think. Am I going to have an AFCON stack? No, I'm not. I'm not going to have an AFCON stack. I'm not too interested in building an AFCON stack, to be honest with you. I have an AFCON goalkeeper, but there's a lot of games which are happening in the same game week as the AFCON games. There's a few where I think there's like there's a handful of game weeks where there's mainly just like AFCON teams playing. But yeah, it's because it's a competition, it's a tournament that runs alongside other club competitions that are happening. It's not like the World Cup, right? In the summer, where all the European games are done that are covered in Sorare. And so kind of like if you don't have a World Cup team, then you're not going to be able to really put any lineups up out. The AFCON obviously happens when there's loads of other club competitions and club leagues that are active. So you don't need to have an AFCON stack. I think if you already have one, great, but it's not the sort of thing I think that managers need to build for. We need a good midfielder to help us to hit threshold, and that one is probably going to be POV, because POV is the classic threshold midfielder. We've got Matteo Maric as well. We've got Matteo Maric, and we have right. So Matteo Maric can go in there, and then we can put POV in as well. Okay, and then we have 44 for a defender. So that 44 for a defender, we could put Brian Ramirez in. We could put Kevin Krause in, who's kind of been having a bit of a shocker recently. Or we do not have good defender options there. There's no guarantee that Brian Ramirez plays, actually. He probably will, because he's been getting a bit more starts, though, no? Brian Ramirez, because they kind of don't have anything really to play for, to my knowledge. No, he didn't even start in the last game. Okay, scrap that then. We can't do Brian Ramirez, which means that we probably can't do Matteo Maric. We could do Peter Stojovic, but I don't think we want to. We could do George Cox. We don't really want to. Bart Van Rooij. We're probably going to play in Cap 220. Leisner we have. Oh, we can play Cass Odenthal. Yeah, Cass Odenthal needs to go in. And then we need to... Do we have... Let's put POV there. And then do we have a 41 cost player to help with the threshold? Guys, don't forget that if we were able to sell Lee Myong-jae and Nicolas Lopez, then I will play the SO5 team instead to try and hit the threshold for you guys, and then we can give that whole team away. Oh, who have we got here? Okay. We don't have good options here. We do have Dario Dumic, but ideally I don't really want to play him. We've also got Ivan Marquez. Be more tempted to play Ivan Marquez than Dario Dumic, if I'm honest with you. We have Matty Godin. We have Mijo Cactus. Oh my God. Okay. Forgot about, and we've got Nasa Chadley as well. We have the Nasa Chadley Limited. Nasa Chadley. Let's go back here. Nasa Chadley was a card, I think, that was given to me, no? Let's have a little look. Yeah, so RSK Returns sent us the Nasa Chadley. We could do Mijo Cactus here, though, as well. I think I might do Mijo Cactus, because if Nasa Chadley does end up bombing in that game, then it's not going to hurt us in both the threshold competitions. Yeah, I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to put Mijo Cactus in here. And then we can give the captaincy to someone like POV or Cass Odenthal, but I think POV. And then we can confirm that. Let's have a look. He played the last normal season game to rest starting 11 players. Okay, you're talking about Brian Ramirez, aren't you? Yeah. Okay. That's actually a pretty solid Cap 240 team. So that should, in theory, be able to hit the threshold or come close to hitting the threshold. Right, we need to do Cap 220 now. And I think All-Star, we need to put a throwaway team in there because look, we'll just cancel that team entirely. So Cap 220. Cap 220, we need to put a decent team in here now. Yeah, so we don't have Ahmed in there. We've got these guys that don't have a game. Right. Kelleher needs to come out. This team needs to be done properly. We haven't done this team yet, and so we need to do it from scratch here. Mike Magnan at home against Monza. Okay. That's a good game. We're going to do Mike Magnan at 46. Wow. That's really good, actually. We will take that. That's very good value. Okay, so Mike Magnan there. Then, probably we're going to put Bart Van Rooij in here. Yeah, Bart Van Rooij with a home game against Fortuna could do amazing. He could also do poor. So he's a very hit and miss type of player. We're going to do it. Bart Van Rooij is like the perfect Cap 220 player. And then midfielder-wise, using Fruck, we're using Stogar, we're using Luke Browers in the reward box special. We can put Zan in here for 51. We could also put Mateo Maric in here. And I think we might put Mateo Maric in if we're not going to use... Hold on a minute. We could use Mateo Maric in the reward box, though. We could do that. We're not going to do it. We want to have these two heavy-hitting potential players in there, so we're not going to do it, which means that we could do Mateo Maric as a midfielder and then potentially Zan as well. And I don't think Zan's fixture is very good, so we probably wouldn't do that. We could put Michael Hoyos in here. He is an explosive type of player. Or what we could do, we could put Mijo Cactus in here. And then we could put Nasa Chadley, which I didn't want to do. But we could double up potentially with Nasa Chadley in Cap 240. Which then means that we need Nasa Chadley to do really well. Otherwise, it hurts both our teams, which is not great. But then if he does do very well, we get the benefit, right? Mijo Cactus just has a really good fixture. And he's at home and he's an L15 to 38, which means that if we put him in like that, we have 87 here. And so then we need a forward that's kind of quite cheap. So we have someone like Borja Baston. And probably would be Borja Baston. Oh, no, we said Jonathan Burkhart, didn't we? We said Burkhart, but I don't know whether Jonathan Burkhart's going to start. He hasn't been starting at the moment because he's building his fitness back up from coming back from injury. He does have a really good fixture here. He has a 60% chance now of starting, according to the expert here. Been waiting patiently for Jonathan Burkhart to get a start, and they've just been building him up. This is a good fixture. Let's do it. It's the Cap 220 as well, so it doesn't matter if it doesn't work out. And then we have 59 for an additional player here, which is, you know, to be honest, it's a little bit overkill because we almost don't need 59. We could then probably put Zan in. We could also put... What's going on with Ivan Milicevic here? Okay, so Ivan Milicevic looks like he's out then. Oh, he's there. He's 80%. Okay. Because Ivan Milicevic would be an interesting one to play here. He's a cost of 50. Then I feel like if we were going to do Milicevic, then we could do Milicevic and then Maric, right? As it happens, I feel like we could just play Maric in here for 46 instead. Who's in really good form. Then that actually gives us 13 to play with, potentially. So then we could maybe even look at a different goalkeeper here if we needed to. Like we could look at Emmanuel Neuer. I don't think so, actually. A home game against Stuttgart's not that great. What's a... We probably need to be sure that we want to play Mateo Maric before we start messing around with that. Who definitely needs to be our extra in here? Like I like Zan. I don't really want to play him, but then we play him in Cap 220. It doesn't really matter almost. So one of the things I'm thinking is that if we did play Milicevic, then I'd almost want to pair him up with Mateo Maric. But because we're not really thinking about playing Mateo Maric here, it's making me think, well, where do I play Mateo Maric if I want to play him? Fiorentina, I need Terracciano to start for my all-star team. Well, it's out now, you said, right? So you can check it. I hope he is starting for you, man. Technically, Mateo Maric, we could play in Cap 240. In fact, well, we can't do it because we can't fit him in. Okay. Because honestly, Mijo Cactus is fine, but he's not ideal here. Mateo Maric is the better one to play here. We could probably do it if we took out Cas Odenthal and we put Milicevic in with Mateo Maric. Then we take out Cas Odenthal and then we find Ivan Milicevic in here, who hopefully is a cost of 44 below. He's actually a cost of 50. So that's not going to work. The way that we would have to do it is take out POV. And then probably also take out anti-airseg as well. Which, you know, to be honest, we probably need to do if we're going to now commit to Mateo Maric and Milicevic. So we take airseg out, and then what we do, put someone like Borja Baston in here, like that, for 46. And then we have 48, which is still not enough for Milicevic, and it's now not even enough for Cas Odenthal because we're 1 point short. The 57 is the problem, isn't it? Having POV in there for 57 is almost asking too much. Hold on a minute. Yeah, Leisner is a 49. Heisser's 50. So we take one of those out. Probably we take Heisser out. We take POV out. We put Mateo Maric in like that. Then we have 56 here, which technically means that even if we wanted to, we could still play anti-airseg in there, and then we could play Leisner in here, who's actually better, Leisner, for Cap 240. And we still have Odenthal as well. And then we could captain Leisner with a 10.5 there. We could technically even put Milicevic in there, but I think Odenthal's probably quite good. Let's do that. Confirm. Continue. This is why it's so important, and you can kind of see it if you're watching, and this is maybe the first time you're jumping on the channel. And if it is, hello. But this is why it's so important that you spend the time to run through the different combinations, because you almost go through tons of different drafts of what your actual team should be. So at the moment now, this is looking like our Cap 240 team, which I think is pretty good, actually. I think it's better than what we had before. But then what we need to do is we need to come out of this, and we need to correct that in a minute. Fresh that. We've taken Mijo Cactus out of Cap 240, so he's now in here. And then what we've also got, we have 105. We were thinking about Mike Magnan, so let's put Mike Magnan back in there. So then Mike Magnan's in for a cost of 46, and then we have 59, which means that technically we could actually play POV in here if we wanted to, which is kind of a little bit overkill for a Cap 220. But now that we can afford to do it, that's actually a better use of our cards, right? Because look, he goes in there straight away, and we have like two points left over. If we don't play POV in there, we need to play POV in the reward box, and I don't think I want to play him in the reward box. I don't think. We have 74. Or we play Zan in Cap 220, and then we play POV in the reward box. That's not necessarily a great team. Oh, well, hold on a minute. Yeah, Mijo Cactus we have got in here. Yeah, cool. So if we don't play POV in here, we then end up playing probably Zan. Oh, hold on a minute. What's happened to Luke Browers? Okay, Luke Browers is there. So yeah, then we play Zan in here like that, and then we could give the captaincy to probably we could give the captaincy to Mijo Cactus, so that then if he explodes to a massive score here, we're going to get the advantage of it. We could also give it to Bart Van Rooij, but I fancy Cactus in this game to do well. So we could do that. And then what that means is then when we dive now into the reward box special 270, we need to find a replacement here, and that replacement is now going to be POV, like that. And we have to hope that POV hits like a monster score. Let's refresh the page here. Let's have a little look. Okay, so we've had to do a little bit of shuffling around. This is what our reward box special is looking like. Heisa in the defense with Kastemeyer, Luke Browers as the captain, Michael Gregorich up front, then POV in there. This isn't bad. I actually think this is okay. If we don't get into the top 7,000, we're doing something wrong. Because like with this team, we should be able to comfortably get into the top 7,000 comfortably. And that's not being arrogant or anything. That's just like, these are good players, and they have all pretty much good fixtures here as well. So unless they completely bomb, we should be able to do it. We don't have an all-star team anymore. We need to probably put a throwaway team. We don't have a Cap 270 team. Let's finish those ones off. This is our Cap 240 team now, which I think is cool. Our Cap 220 team is this one here, which I also think is pretty cool. So we need a throwaway for all-star. So our throwaway for all-star... Let's put Miami Yildirim in here, who at least has a game. Patrick Van Aanholt shouldn't play. Ivan Milicevic should. And then Benedict Gimba should play as well. So we can put Gimba, or we can do Michael Hoyos as well. but I think I want to put Hoyos in 270. So what we do here is we put Gimba. Then I think what we do is we put Sione, like that. And then we put Borgia Baston to stack up with Sione, like that. And then we give the captaincy to Benedict Gimba. Why not? He can produce a massive score. We confirm that team, right, for a bit of a punty throwaway team. And then Cap 270 now needs to be complete. So for Cap 270, we take everybody out. We put a goalkeeper that has a game in there as a DMP. And then what we can do is we can be a little bit more riskier in here. So, for example, we could put Patrick Van Aanholt in, but let's put Peter Stojovic in here, who's the regular starter for Sampdoria. And then what we could do in the midfield is we could play somebody like Michael Hoyos in here. And then up front, we can play Jan Malaka or Matty Godin, but I think probably Jan. Yeah, so then Jan Malaka comes in here. And then as an additional player, we can just put in, where's he gone? Probably Patrick Van Aanholt, but I don't think he's going to start. So where are they at? Here we go. Yeah, so Dest comes back in here, and then Teze. So no, we don't want to look at Patrick Van Aanholt. What we want to do is we want to look at, has he gone? We can look at Bandinelli here, potentially, or Kevin Kraus, or El Karani, if he's going to play. Is he going to play? Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? Let's do that then. So El Karani comes in, not into here. What the hell? Not into there, into our Cap 270. El Karani. And then we'll give the captaincy to Hoyos there, who has a high upside. And then I think we've done our teams now for the weekend. Just double check it to make sure we haven't missed any competitions here. We can't do any of these because we don't have goalkeepers that are playing. And we can't now do second div because we don't have an available goalkeeper. Okay. Good. Done. Done. We have finally done our lineups, guys. Yeah, we've finally done it. Wow. Oh, that was a heavy one. And actually, look at that. It's bang on time because we are, yeah, pretty much at the end of the string. So that's worked out really well. So, guys, I am going to be back a little bit later at 8 p.m. UK time. We're going to be snapping tonight. So, yeah, a different game, but super fun. And we're going to be back again tomorrow morning. Well, tomorrow, 12 p.m., where we'll do a deadline day stream. We can do more free tip scout fun coupons as well. So, thank you so much to everyone who's been on the stream here today. I hope you enjoyed it, as per usual. Hope you found it useful to discover new players and new ways to play Sorare. If you did, then do consider subscribing to the channel to support the channel, and also make sure that you are following me over on YouTube as well. I'll be posting more videos. So, back again in a few hours, guys. Thank you for your support today. Thank you for the follows and all the subs. And yeah, come and join me in a few hours for just more conversation and a bit more laughs and fun too. So, bye for now, and see you in a few hours. Thanks, guys.